tangible. We get lost in the virtual. You less alone when you're logging on. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, it could feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, it could feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know. We could go anywhere. We'll get there soon. We'll get there soon. We could be any place. We'll get there soon. We'll get there soon. Like empires, we rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling, calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, where will we be?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Chicago LANfest Overwatch Showcase. And I know, I may just be the discount Will English Captain Jack, but nevertheless, I am here to help bring in this amazing action. We have 5 Tier 3/Tier 2 Overwatch teams ready to battle it out for an absolutely outstanding prize, a donation from Intel through LANfest, giving away 6 Intel i7 processors, totaling at almost $2,000 as our grand prize for today. And each of these teams are going to be battling it out to try to get there over the next 2 days. I am joined by K-Wing and Chef Billy, our casters for this first match, as well as MI Blizzard on production for today. So, folks, let me tell you, this is going to be a wild ride. We had to change a lot of things at the last minute, so I'm going to be as quick as I can and go through it all. We are now in a 2-stage system. Tonight is going to be the first stage, which is the round robin. So each of the 5 teams will face off against the other 4 teams in their series over the next 5 rounds. We do rounds 1 through 3 tonight, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll do rounds 4 and 5, and then going into the LANfest stream around 6 p.m. time, which should be where we're at right now. We'll be heading over to twitch.tv/LANfest to finish that out with a single elimination bracket for stage 2, and whoever makes it to the top will walk away with that amazing prize. So first match of the day is going to be Avidity Fire versus Avidity Ice, and that was a random draw, if you believe it or not. It doesn't really matter, so it's going to be interesting to see how those teams do. And just so you know, we are all here in conjunction with LANfest to raise an incredible amount of money for an amazing cause, the Anti-Cruelty Society of Chicago. These folks provide pet rehabilitation treatment classes and programs for pet loss and to pet first aid, along with many, many more things. And you can donate just by hitting that exclamation donate in the chat. It'll pop up a little link and you'll be able to follow it and donate to this special cause. We're going to be taking donations from now until I believe the end of Saturday is when their event ends. They actually haven't started yet. So we're going to get a little pre-show in for you right now. So that's about all I've got, doing my part as the stand-in Will English. So I'm going to go ahead and hand you all over to K-Wing and Chef Billy. Folks, take it away.
All righty. Thank you so much, Captain Jack. And as he did mention, we are going to be covering the Avidity Fire versus Avidity Ice match tonight. Here is in the round 1 of our round robin, stage 1. And I got to tell you what, I saw these teams here in the Friends and Family Invitational, K-Wing, and they looked pretty good. I think the Fire was a little bit better than Ice. I definitely remember Illegal Panda and Clicker of 2 of the people that I remember from that Fire team. And if I'm remembering Ice correctly, I do believe that it was Saint and it was LQD that really stood out for me from those 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have on both these teams some really impressive talent, and I'm really excited to see them face off in this new sort of tournament. A lot like the Friends and Family, but definitely a different experience because you're going through LANfest and you're going really for a big prize here, like Captain Jack was talking about, both the donation to the Anti-Cruelty and those 6 Intel processors. Could certainly be using one of those right now as I'm having some computer problems.
I tell you what, the Anti-Cruelty Society, I think it's a little bit more important to me as far as what our mission is here today and tomorrow. I mean, these animals are being taken out of the most extreme conditions and being given the loving care and the medical needs that they need, and then being able to be trained and then put into a forever home. So for me, that's what this is all about. It's all about the puppies and the kitties and the bunnies and the mice and and everything else along the whole entire zoological spectrum. I really want to see, the donations come through. I put it out on my Twitter. I'm hoping a lot of people come here and donate what you can. We know this is still hard times with the pandemic and everything, but if even a buck will help. Everything will be going to them as far as these donations. So I cannot wait to see what the total is at the end of the event. But we have an Overwatch first to two to get to, best of three or first to two, and it's between two teams of the same org, Avidity. I believe that it was Avidity Fire that won the Friends and Family Invitational just about a month ago, and we kind of teased this back then, and here we are, full circle now. We're into this LANfest. I cannot believe that we are getting the chance to start out the day. So, we're just waiting for teams to get completely into the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little more about the animal cruelty. I think there's so many different ways that you can support this cause. If you're, like you said, Billy, if you have some extra money, have something you want to donate, absolutely exclamation donate in the chat. But I mean, also if you've been looking for a pet, I know Captain Jack and his family before we were on the air, we're talking about maybe getting a pet at some point, but adopt. Go to a rescue league. There's rescue leagues all over the place that are just full of animals that are just full of love, waiting for a forever home. And if you're in that position, definitely go to one of those rescue leagues. But there's something that everyone can do. They're always looking for volunteers, donations of kibble or dog food or anything that you can get. There's so much you can do to help this really awesome cause, even if it's not adopting, even if it's not volunteering your time. There's just so much you can do.
Yeah, both of my big dogs are rescues. We've got a chow and a lab mix, and then we've got a Catahoula Great Dane Beagle, something else in Great Pyrenees mix, and it's Zeus and Toby, and they are just absolutely wonderful dogs. And I am seeing now that I read the sheet wrong. It is first to three or best to five. So we're going to get a little bit more action coming out of these teams, though. But yeah, give everything that you can. Even if you can't give here on stream, try and go to your local shelter, local pet rescue, animal society, and really try to take care of these pets, because it's a cause very near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, absolutely. I have two dogs myself, and they're both rescues. And yeah, there's always something that you can do, even if it's not, if you don't have the means to donate any money, you can donate your time, or if you want, just like the stream and try and spread it around to some people and just say, hey, something's they're playing Overwatch for a good cause. So anything you can do really supports this, and it's a really good cause to support. It's a really amazing cause. There's this amazing work that's happening, and I'm really happy to be supporting it.
Same here. Oh man, I think we are still waiting for teams to get into the lobby. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick little break here. But when we come back, we will go ahead and get into this first map.
Immortality's calling now. Speak our names forever. Gonna build an empire. Twin pillars, the east and the west. Scorch our names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear?
Back here with you today, and we are looking pretty good going into our lobby. We're going to go ahead and throw up the map screen here to see where we're going to start at for this first to 3 best of 5, and we're going to start out on Busan. We're going to see Avidity Fire in the blue jerseys and Avidity Ice in the red jerseys, kind of a little bit backwards of the colors there. You would think that Fire would be red and Ice would be blue, but this is just how they got set up into the lobby. So this is going to be our first control map of the day. And we'll see, what we come out with going into this. It depends on where we started. It sounds like we're starting on Mecha Base. And if that is the case, then, we're going to be looking at a very brawl-centric map coming out from both these teams. Doomfist could wrench their head. They could also work at range. And try to get a long-range poke going down to K-Wing. So what do we want to see coming out here from these two teams? I want to see somebody getting good control of the point. I want to see them contesting the high ground and being able to set up those kill boxes that I've been really honing in here during my own casting work and leveling up. I want to see, are they going to bring out the McCree? Are they going to bring out an Ash? And, it looks like we might get a little bit of fun coming out here. Illegal Panda and Sneezy Dwarf. These are two tanks that I just absolutely loved during the Friends and Family tournament. But Force and Deathsword are absolutely going to be able to take over a game if they get positioning and if they get the positive healing output of Drippy and Saint Tex.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we kind of talked about it as a meme, and it looks like it was, and we have almost a complete mirror here. We have a bit of a difference with the Rhine Diva versus the Rhine Sigma, but now we're rolling out into this first fight. Both these teams are trying to take as much space as possible as we see these two tanks playing a little differently. As you're going to see, here comes the pin coming in, Forks getting the Immortality Field, really getting that support. That first pick going to go onto the side of Ice. Now coming in, Kramez in this ice block freezing. That's an aggressive roll coming out from Clicker, but it's not going to get him anything. It's actually going to get him killed. And this first point is going to go to Avidity Ice.
And I thought that with the double shield coming out, the Celtic Pride variant coming out from Avidity Fire with the Reinhardt and the Sigma, they would have a lot more protection. But I tell you what, Karmaz got underneath the shielding and just started freezing people and slowing them down. They look like they jebaited them on the rotation here. They come from the upside, and they're just ready and waiting for them. Great wall coming out from Fire.
Oh, that wall just absolutely splits the team in half. Somehow the Immortality Field is able to just save their main tank and keep them up. Now the stun coming in. There goes the mate, but the Shatter is going to find both the supports. That's just a game changer there. As I think Avidity Ice still going to get felled as Toon 1 is able to stay alive by the skin of their teeth. Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah, the flip comes at 41%, and more importantly, they've got 3 ultimates coming into this next fight. Forks laying down the Shatter in that last fight has put them at a severe disadvantage. So, most important thing right now, Saint Tex needs to get this sound barrier up online, otherwise they're going to have to red out another Immortality Field.
Yeah, there comes the Gravitic Flux, and the Immortality is an immediate answer. Now the Amplification Matrix is going to cut him off. The Shadow is going to come in. It'll find 3 already now. And that was a pretty good. There goes the Blizzard from Avidity Ice. Avidity Fire will throw it in, but it gets eaten. Oh no, Slay's Blizzard just gets gobbled up. Not today, Avidity Fire, and they're going to get pushed back. And it looks like Avidity Ice is going to take this point back really quickly, but crucially, a bit more percentage going to go to Avidity Fire, so they're not going to be going out of this without a fight.
Yep, and the good thing for Avidity Fire is that they've got Sound Barrier to go into this point, as well as the Deadeye. Deadeye could just be used as a remech tool, but Deathsword throws out the self-destruct. No joy from that.
Yeah, no joy on the self-destruct, like you said. And no joy on the remake either. We've saw the death of that, and there goes Clicker just absolutely clicking heads onto that May, maybe a little bit out of position. The Baptiste 1v1 is going to be won by 2 for 1. And there's another pick for Illegal Panda, playing really aggressive on this Reinhardt. They're going to be running right over the point, but this stall is going to be really good, getting right up into the 80s, and that might be last fight territory for them.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to get a small recontest if the point is flipped over by ice here. So they're working with Shatter and Amplification Matrix. So, I mean, you could hold them here with one ultimate. If you're fire, you can either let out the flux, which they're going to go ahead and do, and I think they just whiffed on it, which they did. And now, the counterattack comes in from ice.
Yeah, the counterattack's going to come in, but with that split, with that wall, you lose the gravitic flux, but you had so much damage coming in there that it was just so good.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at ultimates coming out for Avidity Ice here. I mean, you've still got this amplification matrix. That's another great wall coming out from Slay.
Hey, the shatter from Panda will find Few on the floor, but he will fall for it. Now Clicker almost going to get caught in the blizzard. Now last by territory for both these teams on this first round. Excuse me, as just seems to be pretty close. Clicker's just going to take down the Baby D. The pile driver is actually going to kill the Baptiste. The pile driver from the Wrecking Ball Illegal Panda is just showing us how it's done on the Wrecking Ball, rolling around at the speed of sound, and just hearing those guns roll. 2-for-1 is actually going to get the McCree gone as well, as this fight for stall could go either way. The beat from both Lucios will come out. Fire is going to get 2 picks, but it's still anyone's game. There's another, the Rhindiv coming in now, and I think that might be it. Clicker's going to get another. There's the High Noon. I don't think it's going to be enough, and it will not in the first round, just barely going to Avidity Fire.
Yeah, I mean, Avidity Fire, they really marshaled their resources. It was at 62 to, I think it was 43 to 62%. They built it up to 82%. And then, from there, it was just about the smart rotations coming out from Fire. Nineheart really stabilizing the point at about 85% with that sound barrier. And they never looked like they were going to relinquish control after that. So, now if you're Ice, back to the drawing board, deciding how you're going to want to address this point. If you're going to stay with this mobile comp, you might want to think about bringing the Lucio back out. And it looks like they might be going with the rock and roll here with the Wrecking Ball and Sigma tank line. Drippy's going to be trying to get that Discord orb onto the squishy targets to try and drop them quickly.
We do have a crucial difference in the snipers. You have Clicker on the Widowmaker versus the Ash on the side of Avidity Ice. Already, Clicker's going to take some damage, but I think it's going to be up to Clicker to find these off angles and to find the crucial picks that maybe you can't get on an Ash. So now Slay going to have to recall as we're looking at this fight on the point. Some poke getting set up. Both these teams trying to find something crucial with their snipers, and it looks like LQD is going to be the first one to find something. Point will be flipped over just basically off of that now. Avidity Fire, there's another pick. The Hammond and the Ash just teaming up in the dynamic duo to take down Avidity Fire.
The real difference maker into that fight was the Discord orbs from Drippy. Drippy was just landing the right targets, and they're focusing those discorded targets down. So, if you're Fire right now, full regroup right now, I think you go on top of them with speed. I think you can get a lot done with a Lucio right now, because these are not very mobile comps. I mean, you're looking at, you're looking at the Brigitte, you're looking at the Zenyatta, you're looking at the Sigma. Those are not very fast characters, so I think definitely they can take care of these works, and that's a beautiful pulse bomb out of Carmez.
Yeah, really focusing on that low target of Illegal Panda. However, the forks on the side of Avidity Ice is going to go down as well. So both teams without their main tank. Here comes the engage from Avidity Fire. Sneezy on this point, just trying to lock it down. There is a one person left on this point, staying and defending it. Whereas still that minefield. Any members of Avidity Fire are going to have to be bobbing and weaving lest they get their heads blown off. Slay will get taken down, and it's just trades coming in. Both Transcendences coming out. Both these teams are convinced this is winnable for them. We'll have to see if it's true. Nineheart is going to go down crucially without the rally. Here comes the Gravitic Flux from Sneezy Dwarf as well. It's so close. Both these Sigmas just duking it out on the point, and it might just be Avidity Ice keeping it going now as a duel is still going. Crucially, Avidity Ice has not lost the point through all of this, and now it's last fight territory for them. And look at all the swaps that just happened. The Pulse Bomb is going to come out from Krames as well.
Yeah, I mean they're looking at the Lucio right now to try and speed them on the point. I mean they're like at least 2 fights away from getting any kind of value out of that. I mean they should have swapped that probably 2 fights ago. Once they realized that point control was taken by Avidity Ice, they really were just bullied off the point, and they just kept the rotation so smart. They allowed the engage and just kept Karmez on the point to keep the contest up while you were waiting for the cooldowns to come back out while they were waiting around the tall drum up there. So, man, that's a turnaround for Avidity Ice. 100-0 as we head to downtown. I mean, double bubble seems to have reigned here, but I mean, we're in tier 3 right now, and there might not be the same comfort of running that tank combo. So, I mean, Winston D.Va never is a bad choice. I'm going to look to see who's going to win between the hackers and then the Symmetra and the Reaper. So, I mean, you're looking for focus fire in one and tank busting in the other.
It looks like the Symmetra was just for the early teleport to get a bit of a quicker engage. Now, really good aggression coming out from Avidity Fire. Clicker going to get caught out almost a bit. But the DMEC will come in. That's a crucial loss. You don't have that defense matrix to eat the damage of the Reaper. Now going to get hacked, but still going to be able to use those shotguns to wreak havoc on the members of Avidity Ice, and a quick fight win for Fire.
Yeah, that was just beautiful rotation. I think Sneezy Dwarf did the better job of maintaining their DM and keeping that resource available to them. And I mean, I tell you what, Clicker took a ton of damage in there. You could tell by the healing resources and the ultimate charges coming out from Avidity Fire. I mean, Lionheart was right up in there, just amping the heals. So, I mean, looking at the engages from them right now, Illegal Panda's not afraid. He's going to go in with the Coalescence.
He's going to go in, use that Primal Rage, going to get so much damage, and 2 for 1 will get the kill with the Coalescence, and Illegal Panda, again, just wreaking havoc on the Sombra. Can't do much when you're getting juggled by an angry Silverback Gorilla, and that's just a quick fight win with 2 pretty quick ultimates for Fire.
Yeah, I mean, Drippy actually put their Coalescence out second and has already outstripped 2 for 1 here in the ult charge department. So both EMPs ready to go. I'm looking for Clicker to try and get a Death Blossom into the middle of it.
The EMP Death Blossom is going to come out. It'll get the DMEC onto the D.Va, but it's not going to get much more, whereas the rest of Avidity Ice are wreaking havoc. Kramus is going to use the Death Blossom, and I don't know if I like that, but it'll, regardless, be a win for Avidity Ice. Almost 80%, well, 75% for Avidity Fire.
Now, I mean, you're gonna have the sound barrier that you can use to probably go in on tempo. You want to draw out the Coalescence first, and I think they're gonna go ahead and drop the Coalescence with the Primal Rage to keep Forks up through the mid fight of it. But self-destruct is also going to rear its head here, so they're going to go ahead and use that sound barrier on tempo.
Yeah, they're going to use the sound barrier, trying to make this fight the fight they take back the point. They're not wasting any time, and they're really not wasting any time in this fight either, as now multiple picks coming in on the members of Avidity Ice now. Lucio just riding on the walls, trying to keep this point alive for his team as long as they can. Now going to eventually go down. The spell not going to last for long until it's flipped for Avidity Fire, and we're looking at 1, maybe 2 fights now.
I mean, it's going to be EMP fight up next. I mean, LQD has theirs ready. However, you've got the Coalescence and the Primal Rage available to Fire here. The only outlier right now is that you've got the self-destruct from Death Sword, so I mean, if they can use it really offensively, they might be able to get some value out of it. There it is! 3K out of Death Sword!
Oh my gosh, that EMP was so well timed from LQD, but no.
Yep. C9!
No,
they lost track of the clock, K-Wing. They lost... Oh, no. They lost track of time and percentage, and they just forgot to go back and touch the point to recapture after they just wiped fire out of the server. Oh man, that's a Charlie Niner for real. There, they just forgot completely about the point and the objective there, and end up losing to Fire 2-1 in Busan. So they're going to go up 1-0 in our series here.
I don't know what to say. That was that hurts. That hurts to. I feel like anyone who plays Overwatch, you've seen that before, and that's just painful to win the fight, to get such an impressive play of the game like that, to get that EMP and that Diva Bomb together, and then just you win the fight, but you lose the war, and that hurts. It hurts to see.
It really does hurt to see, but I mean, it's just the opening round here. It's just control. I always think of it as the outlier of the maps as we head into our next map types. You know, it's going to depend on where does ICE want to go? What do they want to do to challenge their brother team here from the same org? I mean, obviously, they probably scrimmed together a lot. You saw a lot of mirroring of the comps. They know what they're going to run. So it all just depends on how you're going to perform on the day. And they actually had that fight won. And, they just forgot to touch the point, and that's kind of unfortunate. So, you just put this behind you. I know that they're going to be memeing each other and giving each other flack, probably in their own home Discord servers. So that's pretty funny coming out from them.
Yeah, definitely a funny way to start the first map of the tournament is ending it with a pretty bad C9 right at the end. But I think it's going to be a measure of this team's mental to see if they can recover from that, because that's a tough thing to do. I think I talked about that, but it's going to show the strength of this team that if they're able to come back from that and not just get boomed.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It really does just happen. I mean, I don't think, you have to worry about anything other than that. It just happens every once in a while, and they'll just have to put this behind them, and GG go next. Literally, you have to GG go next on this one. Otherwise, you're going to be a little bit boomed out. And I mean, this is all for that wonderful prize. It's also for the charity. It's for the Rescue Society of Chicago. So. Make sure that you go ahead and hit !donate in the chat, and you'll be able to see where you can donate to this wonderful, wonderful Animal Rescue Society of Chicago. They're helping the little puppies and dogs and snakes and anything else that barks, meows, roars, squeaks. You get the point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had already a really entertaining first map, so I am personally so excited to see what we get in our next few maps. This is only round one, day one, everything, and it's just, I'm so excited to see what this tournament has to offer us.
I mean, I'm definitely ready to see where we're going to go for this next map. And see what they're going to bring out here as far as team guidelines and seeing, how are they going to address the point at hand? Is it going to be a fire clean sweep, or are ICE going to be able to come back and challenge the what I consider the senior team of these two teams? Because it was pretty competitive there on Busan. I mean, they did take a map off of them there in the 3-map set for the control map. So we'll see, if they can get it together and maybe really challenge what we're seeing out of Fire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you talked about it, is that these teams know each other. So it's going to be both teams really not so much getting the knowledge, because that's what you see a lot of in sort of tier 3 Overwatches. You don't really have as much knowledge. These teams know each other intimately. So it's going to be who can use that knowledge and who can use this, just kind of how much you're familiar with the playstyle of the other team to their own advantage.
really comes down to map choice too. I mean, I think that's going to be something that we're going to have to see from ICE is where do they decide that they want to go? What do they want to do? I'm sorry, say that again. Kings Row? All right, we are going to be going to Kings Row as our hybrid map coming out of this next map. So we're going to hybrid here, and ICE have chosen Violence. This is a very Reinhardt-centric map. Are you going to run the McFlurry comp that has been very prevalent here for a while? Or are you going to run a little bit something different? You could see running double shield here. What we've seen here in Tier 3 here recently, Reinhardt and Orisa with a Torb. Because you want to throw the turret behind the Orisa shield, that static shield kind of bunkering up in the back and letting the turret take care of any kind of flankers. I've also been seeing a lot of the double bubble coming out here as well. But looks like Avidity Fire, they have chosen to go on to the defense here. So we're looking at rock and roll here. Illegal Panda's going to come out on the Wrecking Ball Sneezy Dwarf with the Experimental Barrier and the Hyperspheres. And I like this choice because you get a lot of damage output from the Sigma, and it's an unlimited resource with the left click. So, I mean, Clicker's going to be looking for heads in the back, trying to focus down those supports.
Yeah, a lot of last-minute changes came out there as well from Avidity Ice. We're now on the Ryan Winston comp with a Brig Lucio, a lot of AoE heals. So we'll have to see how that works with some pretty dive-heavy DPS on the Doomfist and the Reaper. So a lot of it, I expect some aggression from Avidity Ice now. Already some point presence. The Reinhardt will go down. There goes the Doomfist as well. There's so much happening now as Illegal Panda will take down their main tank counterpart. Prams is well going to fall, and that's just a really quick defense and some good patience from Avidity Fire.
Yeah, I mean, LQD has been brought out here to deal with Illegal Panda on this Wrecking Ball because a hacked hamster is a very easy target to be focused down, especially if you get you know the Tracer and the Winston on top of the Wrecking Ball. It's just going to be an easy, quick murk. Forks going down quickly, and that is exactly what you need to see coming out from Golden, getting so much value already.
Oh my gosh, that was such a good play from Golden, peeling out for their Mercy, and that's just another quick fight now. Illegal Panda has these mines and so many ultimates available or coming up. You have 4 for Avidity Fire and pretty much nothing on the side of Avidity Ice.
I mean, they're dying so quickly that the supports are not getting any kind of ultimate charge here.
The Dragon Strike will come in. It'll just restrict this space. You don't see the Dragon Strike getting a lot of kills, but it's usually just there to squeeze even harder onto Avidity Ice now. Avidity Fire is just playing this so well, 2 for 1, and Illegal Panda both holding their ultimates for the advantageous time because they know this fight is pretty much over. There goes both the DPS of Avidity Ice, and again, such good plays from Avidity Fire, and the aggression coming out is just incredible.
I mean, Golden went ahead and leashed the Dragon Strike out of that first fight. Now, looking at what's coming up next, I mean, they still have so much on the board to go. I mean, when you're looking for, let's say, the EMP, I mean, 2 for 1 needs to be out of line of sight of this Sombra player. I mean, you know that they're hounding him down in the back, but, you know, the Sonic Air is going to keep them honest. And there is the sound barrier. They're going to go ahead and try and go in on tempo. Clicker taking down Drippy with Coalescence in hand.
That's so important. Clicker will go down, but losing your Moira with a Coalescence, that's just a death sentence, especially when you have a character. The only character you have left is the Lucio, and now the Lucio's down from the Dragon Strike. As soon as I said, it didn't usually get many kills. Here comes the Diva Stagger, which is a lot more dangerous now that remech has been changed. Here comes the remech. Is it going to get anything? It will not. Now that could be dangerous for Death Sword. They have the They have the self-destruct, but it might not be enough. There goes Golden, and Avidity Ice might finally be coming back now. And there comes the collapse, that dive that we've been looking for, searching for so long. There it is.
There still has time to get a little bit of a contest here from Illegal Panda. They haven't captured the entire point yet. I mean, they're on 5 seconds left, so I mean, the hold, despite them getting first point here, they only had 5 seconds in the bank, so they're going to get that 2:30 on the clock. But I mean, the options for Avidity Fire to take a fight when they want to, this is all going to be on their terms through the streets phase. Unless Carmen's can get some value out of this pulse bomb, you're looking at really a strong push coming out of Ice. And I'm just surprised, K-Wing, because the support sustain coming out from Ice is so much stronger than what you're seeing from Avidity Fire. It is the most greedy backline you can get, say putting a Baptiste in there.
That was so crucial, coming out as a really interesting self-destruct from the Diva as a really quick one fight. They're coming out from a really nice pick from the Hanzo as Drippy getting caught out again.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a little bit of inexperience right there. I mean, there's nothing else to say about that. They pressed Q in a little bit of a panic, trying to get themselves back into the mech faster rather than just coming back with a full head of steam and a full 6. So mines here are going to be tossed over the point. They're trying to find out where Illegal Panda is at.
Absolutely. In their backline, it seems, is the answer. Now going to have to run away, getting so much damage coming in. There goes Drippy, going to go down again. Clicker will go down too, but really you cannot be losing your main support this early on. And I know it's not Drippy's fault. A lot of people, if someone's getting taken down early, will blame it solely on them. And that is absolutely not correct, but we're looking here. Nineheart will go down. That could be crucial. And it's going to be pretty even here. CZ Dwarf is at 39 HP, and a Dream just going to have to retreat. Hopefully no one will chase them, and it looks like no one will. Both these main tanks on almost no health. Clicker's going to go down as well, caught out, and that's such a brutal stagger.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a stagger. It's not that brutal because, I mean, look, you're on a highly mobile character. You got 3 blinks to get in. 2 for 1 can pop this Transcendence at their will and be able to just deny all the rest of this damage coming in. That's a beautiful work, but they don't save Nineheart. So once again, you're down to a single healer.
Yeah, the healer's got Transcendence, but only for now. Clicker's pulse bomb gets eaten up by the Diva, by Death Sword. Again, just so good. Golden going to get taken down by the Winston, but Forks will fall soon after. And now it's a battle on the point. It looks like Avidity Ice are just going to barely be able to squeak their way in. They've been squeaking their way in with 5 seconds, and even now in overtime, 1.5 minutes, and they're going to have some trouble going into point C.
Oh, now we're going to change the supports. It was a support diff. That's all this was. If they would have swapped to better healers earlier, this would have been a completely different story for Avidity Fire. But a little bit of hubris coming out there, I do believe, in the support department. But, you know, Avidity Ice, they're going to go ahead and try and push this all the way through. They've got self-destruct and window to go ahead and try and push this pressure in.
Yeah, they do. We're going to see Death Sword going to use the self-destruct to get back in mech. Golden will get taken down, just not really having many options. Oh no, Kremlin just got caught but in a small room with a very large German angry man. And now, again, Steve trying to use this defense matrix. Here comes the beat drop. And it looks like all of the picks are there for Avidity Ice, and
what?
Really turning around what we thought we knew throughout the entirety of this first round, as they just soared through point C.
I mean, okay. It's kind of a soft throw there from Avidity Fire, if I'm going to be completely honest, because they had complete control of the fights. And then here on point C, it's like they just kept staggering themselves and they didn't get the value whatsoever. I mean, 2-for-1, swapped out to the Baptiste, had window or had the immortality barrier available to them. Why don't you throw that on top of your tank there that's getting pummeled and just start pumping the heals on and allowing Nineheart to get back into the fight? So a bit of a head scratcher there for me coming out from Avidity Fire. But I mean, look at the time bank. It's 26 seconds. So, maybe they're thinking that they can speed run this and just have a gigantic time bank to put over the heads of Ice.
Yeah, I think I don't know. It's really confusing. And now as they're coming out to a pretty interesting composition on both sides, and the Pharah coming out from Clicker as well. So I think Golden's gonna try and find a pick early, might be switching if they can't find anything, but we'll have to see when the gates open.
It's just a quick chance to try and take somebody out real quick, then swap over to a more valuable character. Yeah, just Golden as well. Going to swap over to the Tracer here. I thought they had flashed Symmetra for some reason. Golden going over to that trusty Hanzo that we saw get so much value there in their defense. So looking at where we're going from here, double shield comp coming out from Avidity Ice on the defense. I mean, you're going to have a hard time taking down anybody when you've got a tether like that. And that is a quick kill for LQD onto their main tank. They're going to have to back around the corner here and really reassess their options.
Yeah, definitely. I really do like that Pharah pick, though. It was trying to get them off that high ground. It did not work. Unfortunately, you had the shield there.
Shielding there is always going to stop the aggression from coming in, and trying to bring that out against a double shield is just hubris at its finest. However, DPS ultimates are starting to come closer online. Karmas taking a headshot, 2-2-for-1, and down you go, Drippy. Oh my word. Where are the supports at for Avidity Fire? Because they are just getting dropped one by one.
Yeah, Avidity Fire is having some trouble now facing off. Just Golden still able to keep it up, going to get hit by the dynamite, and yeah, absolutely. You're just seeing so many early picks, and they're deciding the fights.
Okay, but still, I mean, there's such a lack of healing for Avidity Fire right now. You've got single target healing from both your healers. Yes, the Discord Orb is absolutely coming to bear right now, but I mean, what are you supposed to do in the mid fight when you're going up against a Brigitte and a Baptiste? I mean, this is just greed. And I mean, I understand what they're trying to do here. They're trying to have more of a defense or damage-minded support, but man, I mean, try to throw Pulse Bomb up against this Immortality Barrier. They're going to have to try and focus it out.
See, the Immortality Barrier does come out, but Golden's going to get ulted and taken out by the Orisa. 2 kills. One will come back from Clicker's Pulse Bomb. There's another revive, but it's not going to be enough, and even the Transcendence won't save Sneezy Dwarf for all it's worth, and that's a really, really big investment from Avidity Fire for not a lot of gain, and now dangerous position of the card.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a silly ult. I'm not sure what the value was other than he basically used it to save himself. And so now, I mean, you're not even swapping to a different healer, so you're not going to have the same value coming into this next fight.
Yeah, that was puzzling, definitely. Clicker going to get a headshot from Karmas. There comes the Dragon Strike. Gonna catch Sneezy Dwarf right in the hallway, trapped. And that's just another fight, kind of Avidity Ice showing us how it's done of using those ults really effectively.
I mean, I can absolutely harp in on the fact that we're still running the Zenyatta here. Because, I mean, a poor Illegal Panda doesn't have any kind of support whatsoever. I mean, they can't get the same kind of value going into these fights that you're running into with the Baptiste and an Immortality Barrier and, I mean, the Regenerative Burst. So, yeah, this is just starting to really look a little bit weird. I think Illegal Panda is going to have to try and turn this on their own head.
Yeah, they're having some luck doing it, but now you have so many ultimates coming on the side of Avidity Ice, and I don't know. We've had some really questionable choices, and that's a lot coming out from Avidity Fire now. this aggression coming out. I really do like it. This late staggers on those people not pulled back far enough. That might just send them all the way through point B.
Now, there's going to be at least one fight here. Uh-oh, we got the flank gravitic flux coming from Deathward on the left-hand side of the point here. That's going to stall a point out for sure.
Absolutely, we'll have to see.
Wait.
Here comes the Wrecking Ball as well. There's the Dragon Strike. Oh, Drippy's going to go down again. Golden getting another pick. It just feels like Golden has Drippy's number, and he has come to call collect.
I mean, clicking heads and taking names is absolutely the tenor of this. But I tell you what, I think that Deathward either got rocked out of their flux or they completely whiffed on it because no health bars went down in the middle of the animation of that ultimate. So Bob will be able to contest the point. You can throw Rally into this fight for Avidity Ice. But I mean, you're looking at almost you're looking at almost 5 times the amount of time that you're going to have in your overtime phase.
Yeah, there's that early pick on the Mercy, and now you're really going to struggle with only Zen heals. And that's just a really quick retreat off of one pick from the Hanzo.
Yeah, but I mean, you're looking for, just to get out of LOS of the Bob right now. Once you load this out, I mean, you can throw your Transcendence in and try to keep everybody up through the next mid-fight. But I mean, losing both of your healers right there, that's a stalled fight. You're just wasting more time.
Absolutely. Wasting time right now is the name of the game. If you're Avidity Ice, you want to get it down to an overtime push, or about the same time you had. There's the early pick. Golden going to go down Karma's getting that early pick, and like you said, time wasting. You're going to have to get out of line of sight, but wasting time.
I just don't understand the Zen pick. And I mean, look, now Avidity Ice is bringing out one of their own, but they're still getting more healing out of this. And there's the Transcendence at the very last second. Both support also is actually committed into this.
Oh, what? The Dragon Strike just got eaten. The Golden's Dragon Strike just got devoured with the Sigma, by Sigma. No Divas on the field, and yet Golden's ult gets sucked up. And a lot of ults coming out there for Avidity Fire for not much gain. An impressive headshot. Avidity Fire, they're still going for this. They're making headway, but one has to wonder how long it will last before reinforcements arrive from Avidity Ice. It looks like we're going to get another 66 fight here really quick.
Yep, we're absolutely going to. There's the Dragons and the Gravitic Flux over the top. Deathward actually jumps off to their death, so this is actually an even fight right now. Clicker taking down Carmaz into 2. Oh, no. No way.
The Diva coming out, trying to defense matrix this. The picks are going down. 32 seconds left, and it looks like this might be it for Avidity Ice. Somehow the Wrecking Ball spinning to win, just keeping things going. The Deadeye from Clicker will seal it off, and this
5
is
seconds.
bizarre. 5 seconds.
5 seconds between the two. I mean, you came into point 3 with 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and you end up going below the time of Avidity Ice. And I swear if I see another Zenyatta come out here from Avidity Fire, I'm going to pull what's left of my hair out, because they're just absolutely being diffed in the support department. Poor Sneezy Dwarf and Illegal Panda can't get anything done. They're having to rely on health packs to keep their lives in order. And same with Golden and Clicker. I mean, you can keep them better stood up with an orb, but the healing is just not there. And I mean, this could very easily be a drawn map.
Yeah, when you have a minute to attack, that's one attack if you're lucky. One attack, maybe 2 if you're lucky, pardon me. Golden going to try that same strategy of just trying to force any members of Avidity Ice that are on the high ground off the high ground with the concussive blast, but I think that's going to be all they're trying to do. I don't know it's an interesting strategy, but I don't know if it's really going to be worth their time, especially when you have so little time. That time it takes to switch immediately becomes a lot more, it becomes more dangerous. So now rolling out, Clicker trying to find something. They're waiting together, gonna speed in. They're pretty much just going to grind Diva onto the Brawl. Forks is gonna roll in, take a little bit of a health tax as they come in, but the Brawl is coming out pretty admirably, but LQD on this Ashe is going to really annoy them if they're not very smart, and there goes 9 heart. Death Sword will fall as well, so it's even. Drippy also going to fall, so it's good. And Golden is actually just whipping through the support of Avidity Ice, and there goes Clicker again. Just really good DPS from Avidity Fire, and they'll take this point.
Well, I mean, they brought out the McFlurry comp. Okay, so
Yep.
like that's exactly what they did. I mean, they just went with the standard meta that's going on right now, and won a fight because there's no sustain coming out from Avidity. They weren't expecting it. They brought out the Hanzo, they brought out the Ashe, and I mean, they were just able to speed on top of them, roll them in that. And so now, it's all about how far can they get with this overtime, because they can't really leave the cart. Force is so far behind in the ultimate departments. Easy Dwarf's going to be able to get some kind of a self-destruct here.
We'll have to see how much it really matters now, as already CZ Dwarf going to go down, but there's the picks. They all just come in at once like some kind of miracle, and somehow they're going to be able to turn around off the back of the McFlurry.
Yep, I mean, the only thing that they have to worry about right now, if they're going to push this all the way through, is if Death Sword eats the Blizzard. That's really the only win condition that I can see them losing this fight, if you're Avidity Fire, because Sneezy Dwarf probably will just use it as a remake opportunity, and Clicker will probably use it as a reload opportunity. But he does take down Carves on the mate. That is a huge pick.
That it is a huge pick.
Uh-oh.
Just taken down. The Gretic Flux is really big. Here comes the Diva self-destruct. Might not be actually in the position that they might have wanted, but it might not matter. And Avidity Fire going to get to point B into point C now.
Yeah, I mean, that's 5 points on the board right now. LQD is going to have one heck of a Deadeye to stop this aggression, and Nineheart, they built up to a sound barrier. So you've got that. You're going to have the Ant Matrix as well, and still holding on to this Blizzard.
Yep, LQD pulling out the High Noon. We'll have to see if they can find anything. It'll find a Real Panda. That's a really important pick, but two for one. 2 for 1 wakes up and chooses violence, and he's just he's getting those final blows that his team needs. Now pretty even. The freeze comes in, and LQD is going to get jumped on, and there you go. The aggression going to come out, and regardless of that pretty good High Noon from LQD, the
What a
cart is
wall.
going to push through to the end. What
a wall from Golden there, because Forks was looking for a little bit of a flank shatter there, and Golden just throws the wall up there, just says, "Nay, you will not get any shatters on my team," and they get it in overtime, and they've got a full 3 points. So I mean, they got so much value. They completely destroyed this 5-second advantage that Avidity Highs have. And I mean, if you're Avidity Fire right now, stick with the McFlurry and just keep your supports up, keep your tanks up, because if you keep your tanks up through these fights, as we just found out, you're going to be really. Oh no.
No,
They're
not.
No.
Zenyatta.
No, you're going to get out support diff. You're going to be support diff once again. I mean, the sustain is absolutely massive for Ice. And yeah, I mean, those are some nice toes from Sigma, though. Gotta love that. Nom nom.
Stop looking at his toes and play a better sport. I don't get the. I really don't get the support choice here, but maybe it'll turn out different this time. You do have a lot less time here for the members of Avidity Ice, so hopefully that will change things in some way. That McFlurry going to come out again from Avidity Ice, and we'll have to see if what happens. And I think I'm getting some deja vu here. Isn't this exactly what happened last round?
It's exactly what happened last round.
This is exactly what happened last round. Is it going to be exactly what happened last round? The Reinhardt will go down first. That's going to be your linchpin for the rush comp, so maybe it's turning out differently, but still. Oh, Drippy's going to get taken down by Golden, and that's a really big pick to lose. Golden, again, just doing with Lucio, trying to find those picks. There's a lot of people ready to try and find his head. He's going to find the head of Diva. And now the time ticking away for Avidity Ice. And I don't even know if we're going to be able to get a touch in. We will, but the overtime is going to tick away. And that's going to end a bonkers map, if I do say so. And Chef Billy, why don't you break it down for us?
Oh, please let me do that. That was sloppy from both teams. There's no other way to put it. I mean, this is great work here from Golden. Golden was putting in a pretty good performance on this Hanzo still, but I mean, it was just wrong. It was wrong on so many different levels. You're running a Mercy Zen on defense with a rolling rock or rock and roll tank line, and you still see CZ Dwarf take down Forks with all the support behind him. I don't understand why Ice could not clean out the Sigma on the high ground there faster before they got a kill. So I'm telling you what, it was a very messy map. I don't know if they're trying to meme on each other or not, but you know, in the end, it does work out for Fire. They do go up to 2-0 here in our series. I mean, they had it 5 seconds less and got all full 6 points, then to get a full hold there. So, I mean, it is what it is. We'll see what happens in map number 3, but we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. Let the teams get some water. Let us get some water, catch our breath, and we'll be back with you guys in just a few moments.
empire. Makes your head spin, pretty as a new star. Take it in, some kind of magic, dizzy as a new dawn to begin. Every road that we followed had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking. Oh, we found a way, oh, true believer. Yeah, we're waking up. We found a way, oh. We found a way, oh. We found a way, oh. We got it just right. It's better if you chill, don't even try. Aiming so high, found out what it means to touch the sky. Every road that we followed had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking. Oh, we found a way, oh, true believer. Yeah, we're waking up. We found a way, oh.
Welcome back, everybody, here at the Will English Invitational LANfest Online Overwatch Challenge. And I could not be happier to be here with you with K-Wing and Blizzard on production. Big thanks out to Figgy for the 10 gifted subs. That is absolutely massive pogs. Let's give some pogs in the chat to Figgy there for those 10 gifted subs. But we're looking at match point here for Avidity Fire. They really speed ran that overtime period. We never saw Ice really get their footing. And then in their attack phase, you know, they got a kill on the Sneezy Dwarf, but they were never able to really capitalize on that and the speed of Illegal Panda getting back with those mines and on the wrecking ball, it was all she wrote from there.
Yeah, absolutely. You really had. There was a really dominant overtime rounds there. I mean, both overtime rounds I think were pretty one-sided. So I think the hopefully the close match that we were hoping for is still going to be happening. But Avidity Ice, I think they would need to change up a bit to really match the amount of aggression that's coming out from Avidity Fire.
Well, we're going to be going to Havana next. This is going to be our escort map. And I mean, what I want to see coming out from Avidity Ice, if they are on the attack here, and I'm not sure until we get into map whether they are or not going to be, but I can tell you that they need to be a lot more decisive with their engagements. If they're going to amp speed going into fire, they need to make sure that they've got cooldowns on their side. And it does look like Avidity Fire are going to be on the defense here. So Avidity Ice will be attacking coming out the gate here in Havana. So, what am I looking for from the defense from Avidity Fire? I mean, double shield can work here. You can run, a little bit of other comps here, but I mean, double shield is just so strong here. You set up the corner bunker with the Orisa, and you get your Hanzo behind it, you get your healers behind it, and then you just pump damage and just stay out of LOS from them, and just allow Sneezy Dwarf to just rain those hyperspheres in on top of the shielding of Avidity Ice. And I mean, they've got better options here. No Zenyatta here for the defense this time for Avidity Fire. So, we're looking for, what are they going to be able to do here if you're Avidity Ice? I mean, they've got to be able to really absorb damage coming in. That's the first thing, because Sneezy Panda is absolutely going to be just raining in with those hyperspheres and the accretion discs. Also, you have to watch out, for the kinetic grasp of Sneezy, because we saw a lot of times in the first two maps, when they get the kinetic grasp out, when they're just standing out there absorbing all that damage, that shielding went up at one time to like 780. That is a huge target that's just not going to go down. It doesn't matter how much damage you pump into them. That extra shielding that is delivered there, that is a staying power that I don't think that Avidity Ice have really got on top of. I mean, Sneezy Dwarf did not go down very many times. So they're going to have, burst damage to be able to take care of the shielding. They're going to be able to use the burst damage also to take care of the shields themselves, because there's going to be two of them. And we'll see what will be coming of that as we get back into our game.
Yep, we did have a little bit of a pause. I think we had an unfortunate disconnect, but we're right and ready and raring to get in. Almost perfect mirrors coming out. Actually, perfect mirrors coming out from both these teams, as they have the double shield, double sniper. Pretty bog standard, I would say, as the Hulk's going to come out from both sides. Now they're going to find any picks. But
oh my lord,
still, that's a big headshot. Oh my, both the snipers going to find picks, going to find some hits, and that's two picks in quick succession. Clicker going to find another. Clicker going to find another. Oh my. What a play from Clicker.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the shield placement here coming out of the League of Panic, because you're looking at both angles of aggression coming in. And, right now, the burst damage from Deathsword is actually doing a lot to disrupt what they're trying to set up here. I do see a little bit of a side battle here going on with Deathsword and, with Forks having swapped over to the Wrecking Ball, so they're going to try and get into the backline and disrupt.
That's the name of the game when you're a Wrecking Ball. Clicker already going to be using this, using the interplay to get eyes on the position of everyone on the members of Avidity, and now coming in, Avidity Ice really has to push through double snipers. Very hard to do that. You have to be very methodical with your shield places and moving out, as if you're not, you're going to get caught out. Sneezy Dwarf finding that out now.
Oh.
Coming in, Drippy goes down. That's so important.
Oh.
You're back. Oh, no. No, Karma's
No!
already gonna find another. Clicker will find one. Oh my, these snipers are just popping off, and it's been, I don't even know what it's been, but it's been incredible.
I'm not sure how they held the line there, especially with Karmez coming up with 3 picks in there. I mean, Clicker just stood their ground, and you don't normally see that coming out of a Widowmaker. Usually they try to flee as fast as they can. They know now that sights are out, so they have to be very careful on this ingress. I think after this, Clicker needs to go over to McCree, maybe just to deal a little bit more burst damage onto the shielding of Avidity Ice, because, I mean, they've got this going on right now. Oh, look at that halt!
Oh, that halt was so good from Illegal Panda. That's the experience that we were talking about with Avidity Fire, is that they have this experience. They've been a team for so much longer than Avidity Ice, and the team diff is starting to show.
Gaming, we are sub 60 seconds, and in that last fight, we saw Slay take down Deathward mid animation of the gravitic flux. So that is off the table right now.
Absolutely, and so is Forks now. Also going to go down, and you just have so much trouble here. Clicker's actually going to take down LQD. 2-for-1 will fall, but it'll be small potatoes compared to anything else, and really good from the members of Avidity Fire, but Avidity Ice is not going to go down without a fight, as they have 10 seconds left. And even still, this fight is not won. Slay on this Hanzo trying to keep alive, has the immortality field, going to be able to stand their ground now, just waiting for a little bit of reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about touching right now. Those are going to be dragons over the point. Took down. Yep, Illegal Panda goes back into the Dragon Strike and is taken out. Now they're approaching for a Sigma 9. That is a massive, massive pile driver. Dragons over the point, and they're going to go ahead and clean up this fight. Unless Karmez pulls out some kind of hero play. That is it. That is done and dusted.
Clicker going to clean house at that final fight with 4 picks to end off the round. And that's just how Avidity Fire are going to do this. They're going to be brutal in how much they have. They're just going to be brutal with their, in general. They're just really brutal with their snipers. You saw Clicker doing so well, and they hold their ground so incredibly well.
I mean, that was just a sniper diff there. I mean, between Clicker and Slay, they accounted for so many of the eliminations there for Avidity Fire. However, Avidity Ice were getting their picks as well. So, looking at their defensive posturing here, they're going to come out with what I call the Celtic Pride tank line in the Reinhardt and the Sigma, the German and the Dutchman. They're going to have a lot of staying power as well. They're also going to have Saintex is going to have their choice who to damage boost here. Do you stay with the Pharah and really try to build up that barrage quickly? Or do you use LQD with the Dynamite to build up to Bob quickly? So, I mean, really, Avidity Fire are going to have to decide who to take down first. Who are they going to focus out first? Because this is a pretty lethal defensive line coming out.
Massive stance coming out from Avidity Ice, but that's just gonna be how they need to do it already. What a shot from Karmez, hitting the grappling Widow. Gonna run into some trouble with the double shield, but still, Karmez, pretty impressive, stylish shot already, and just forcing the members of Avidity Fire to be very careful about looking up.
Indeed, they are. I mean, this damage boost is just doing everything that they need for it. I mean, that was a beautiful little direct damage boosted headshot on to poor Slay there. But Forks getting some great value with this Reinhardt. You do see clickers swap over to the Ash. So now you're going to have your own dynamite issues to be worrying about if you're Avidity Ice. I mean, this close hold right now is exactly what they need. They're going to be able to get a fat shatter if they're able to get behind the shielding of Avidity Fire.
There's the pick on the Sigma, and that's really all Force wanted there. You really only want the pick onto that linchpin, and he got it.
Well, we see Slay coming out now on the McCree, so you got both Southern shooters here, so CC is going to be at a premium here. Sneezy Wharf going over to the D.Va, so now damage mitigation is also going to be on the board for them.
Absolutely. Panda is going to take down Drippy, and Slay and Cucker, these Southern shooters, are going to be deadly if they've got you in their sights, and Slay is doing so well already, just mopping up the members of Avidity Ice. A lot of time taken off the clock, crucially, but it might not be enough.
No, I mean, it's about half their time making. They're finally getting around first corner here, but I mean, look at these flanks going on with Slay. Clicker should be, riding the cart right now. That's a great play for them. They're going to have Bob online here, almost catching up to LQD, and LQD was with that hero coming out the gate.
Absolutely, the Gravitic Flux coming in, won't get any picks, but just going to really put a drain on your healing resources. Sneezy Door going to get taken down. Here comes the Shatter, and it's going to be nothing from Forks. The Bob actually went to take him down as well, and there goes the Immortality Field to Slay. Ilya just hiding, waiting for this for a good opportunity behind you, taking down Drippy as well. That might just be it. The last bastion of defense stands in there. That flashbang got so many people. And that might just be, I think that's just going to be it for the members of Avidity Ice and Avidity Fire. They will burn bright. They will melt their brother in arms, and they'll move on. And, well, they'll not move on. We're doing a round robin, but they will get the first win of our tournament.
Yeah, and here's the 4K that we see from Clicker. I mean, this was just a dominant performance here in the overtime. Just fighting heads, taking names, and not taking no for an answer. I mean, 1, 2... was it a 3K or was it a 4K? I thought it was a 4K. Probably, yeah, it was a 4K to close out the map there. So that's a huge value from the Widowmaker from Clicker. They do go up 1-0 here in the round robin stages for our LANfest tournament here. And, I mean, just really domination coming out from Avidity Fire, taking it over the younger squad there. And, I mean, pretty much a foregone conclusion. They kept it close in Busan. We had the little bit of the circus come out during King's Row, but then they just went ahead and ratcheted it down and took matters into their own hands, and it was completely businesslike, and they completely demolished the defense of Avidity Ice. So Avidity Fire goes up 1-0. Avidity Ice, they'll go to 0-1, but they'll have more games here to play in the round robin stage.
Absolutely, the tournament is not over for either of these teams by any means. Avidity Ice can still go 4-1, and Avidity Fire, it can still end up being 1-4. There's no telling what's going to happen with these two teams, and if you want to find out, you're going to have to keep on watching either here or on the B stream. Got some amazing castings going on over there. So we're going to be taking a little break soon, but I really just want to talk about these different compositions. I mean, Shipoli, what do you think about... We saw a lot of different compositions. We saw the Widowmaker, we saw the double sniper, we saw the double shield. What do you think these teams' strengths and weaknesses lie? Because we're going to be seeing a lot more of them.
I mean, aim training, for one. I think that Fire just were hitting their shots when it mattered the most. I think a little bit of positioning problems coming out of Ice there in their defense on Havana. And then just, the value that you got out from Clicker. We saw them taking names and just the ID tags off of people's heads because it was just one shots, one after another. They never figured out how to figure out the Widow problem. And easily solved. You put a D.Va up in their face and they're done. We saw Sneezy Wharf do it to LQD. So that was the answer is just bring out a D.Va, contest the high ground with a Widow, and you're going to take care of that sniper option right there. Now, if the two snipers decide to gang up on the D.Va, you might lose your mech, but one of them at least is going to go down. So, I mean, just a little bit of compositional differences right there. I mean, obviously, Fire had the right combination for what they wanted. They had the Mercy out there as well. So, in case they did have a loss on the field, they were able to res it quite quickly. Also, Forks going back over to the comfort pick, which I believe is their comfort pick of the Wrecking Ball. You don't have any kind of shielding presence there. And if you're running one shield versus two shields, obviously two is better than one, and they were just rotating so nicely. Illegal Panda and Sneezy Wolf were just absolutely in sync with their shield rotations as well. So I think that's the big difference between these two teams right now, is understanding the win condition, understanding how you're going to win these fights, how you're going to win these individual matchups, and then recognizing how to shift and adapt in the mid game so that you can get the most value out of these heroes. So I think that Sneezy Panda coming out onto the D.Va not only challenges the Pharmacy, but it also challenges the Ashe, and we saw it happen, and they went down in a heap once those trades came out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw so much we saw some compositional diff, we saw some team diff, like we were talking about while the game was still going on. We saw a lot of the experience of Avidity Fire trumping maybe I wouldn't want to say the inexperience of Avidity Ice, but the more less experience of Avidity Ice.
Yep, but I want to remind everybody, hit exclamation donate in the chat. This will be going towards Animal Rescue Society of Chicago, making sure that these poor puppies and kitty cats are getting somewhere safe, getting the medical attention they need, and then being taken to a forever home in the future. Make sure that you check out the B stream as well if you want to catch out a little bit more action going on there. This is going to be going on today and tomorrow. And remember that there is a prize for those 6 processors for the winning team here, valued at almost $2,000. It's all to play for here, but that's going to do it for me and K-Wing here on this stream tonight. We're going to be throwing it over to the next casting pair just as soon as we get out of here. So from myself, K-Wing, everybody, great night, and remember, bye-bye. Love y'all.
LANfest is community. LANfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANfest is gaming. Come join LANfest.
Who sounds incredible and looks good doing it? This guy, the Mod Mic USB. The Mod Mic USB is an incredibly high-quality microphone with a custom DAC, 2 audio modes, easy-to-reach digital mute button, and a patented magnetic system for attaching to any pair of headphones. In fact, it's so good, we recorded the entire video with it. The Mod Mic USB features 2 audio modes, a broadcast quality microphone for a full, rich sound, and a noise-cancelling mode, perfect for noisy environments. It attaches to your favorite pair of headphones, like this. And with the Kevlar reinforced cable, your Mod Mic USB will last you a long time. With the Mod Mic USB, you will clearly sound like yourself.
it's what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody, somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? White noise on the telephone, fall asleep to TV shows. It's what we know, gets too comfortable. No space for the tangible, we get lost in the virtual. Are you less alone when you're logging on? If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody, somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know?
Hey, folks, and welcome back to the Chicago LANfest Summer Day Camp event brought to you by the Will English Invitational. I am Waffles for Sid, and joining me today is Ocean over on the analysis side. Ocean, how you doing over there?
A bit later over here, but we're living and we're vibing, and that's important.
Yeah, definitely a lot later over there for you. We're moving all we're moving into our second round here of our round robin style tournament. This does let everybody face off against one another. So looking forward to seeing Agave Coven, who has migrated over with me from the B stream over here to the A stream, to go up against Drifters, which is kind of a hot name on the scene. Of course, Ocean, we're familiar with quite a few of them.
Been around the blocks for a while. Of course, this isn't like the old Drifters of old where you had Decon and Icy on the roster. I think those names have been around like literally since the dinosaur era. But now it's time to move on to a new age for Drifters. And in their first season under this banner, coming over from Attack Mode to Drifters, they made Contenders Trials. They actually won Open Division, and they looked pretty convincing in the Grand Finals. The Winners Final, they were okay. But then they came into Contenders Trials, and they looked pretty good. They started off pretty alright. They looked like they might squeak into Contenders, but they didn't quite make it. And that always puts a question mark over a team. Because, yeah, we know they're a Contenders Trials level team. We know they stomped for OD, but they also didn't make Contenders. And that always puts a question mark. Whether that question mark should be there or not, with to be seen, because we need to see what they need to do in the future.
Totally. And, it is a big gap between the two as far as the level of competitiveness, the gameplay, the quality, and the level of difficulty that these teams execute those plays on as well. We are going to start off here on Lijiang Tower. So, of course, a control map with the variety of map types. always opens up to a lot of different compositions. When we were over with Agave Coven earlier, we did see a bit of the Orisa come out, so a little bit slower. But I don't know what's exactly going to be played here. It looks like they're already showing a much faster comp than what we saw earlier.
Like this is one of the few maps in the game where we're not going to see any of that Orisa. We've been seeing a lot of the Orisa in contenders this week, which has surprised me. Like honestly, I thought we were going to go into a straight rush meta, Somber Reaper. This composition that we're actually saying now, probably for both teams. I think Rocket is probably going to go over to either the Reaper or the Tracer after they use the Symmetric Teleporter or the Spawn. But yeah, this is rush comps for both sides. Both of these teams going to look to take the pillar on the left-hand side, or if Rocket wants to try and flank on the Tracer, they might look for a back angle.
Engagement coming through from both sides here around this little bit of a advertisement pillar. Now Drifters though have been pushed back onto the bridge area, so giving a bit of space and respect to the control that Agave Coven has right here. Jump comes from the top right close by Emblem, just displacing a couple people and putting that damage in, but this is a fatiguing fight here, just everyone expending the resources. Agave Coven does drop back to unlock the point in their favor, but that is when Drifters have pushed forward Ocean. As soon as Agave Coven gave space, Drifters just took advantage of that and came in decisively to flip the fight in their favor, and now they're about to cap the point.
That was actually a really good start to the fight for Agave Coven, right? They actually got control of that pillar, and usually from there you could just win the first team fight in Lijiang Garden. But the problem is, their timing, I'm going to put this in a nicely done way. Their timing was pretty awful, and they didn't get any engagement off.
Yeah, timing not there, but there's this Tracer here as Rocket is in the back, just continuing to pepper the Agave Coven team. No one's looking at him, forcing the Sombra to recall or to translocate in. The EMP hits a couple people, but there is not a lot coming through from Agave Coven. The boops coming through from Crimson are so destructive, and there it is, more kills after that. The Pulse Bomb is stuck, it doesn't find anything, and now there are some trades coming through. It is up to Drifters here to continue holding strong, and with those last few kills, just sealed the deal.
I feel like on the Agave Coven side, they don't really know how the composition really works. Where you see Rocket has so much space to work with on the Tracer, right? And they just aren't going to be stopped. They have an EMP here. I think it's going to be used as soon as Boat Rig comes into the fight.
And the self-destruct is what's going to open up the kills for Drifters on this fight. With Calypso out of the equation, it's going to be really tough for Agave Coven, especially when they need that speed to really move around and avoid Drifters.
They do, and now here comes the EMP. As soon as they engage, it's going to be there.
Yeah, 3-man EMP caught there. Agave Coven is down some resources until that's back online, and now they go ahead and commit the Coalescence as well for this fight. They're trying to continue holding forward, but Drifters are doing a great job at continuing to repel them. The recall comes in just in time before the hack is finished off there, and Drifters continuing to repel Agave Coven on this most recent push.
This is done. I think Crimson looking for that. A cheeky environmental. Not going to quite happen. This fight is going to go on, but I don't think it's going to go on much longer.
Yeah, overtime bar has been triggered, and it is a trickle game coming through from Agave Coven. They're trying to do their best. We can see the Primal Raging Emblem on the point, but he is going to get mowed down eventually, and soon Regime is going to follow. The self-destruct there is going to be topping it off, and that is going to be a first round going over to Drifters. 100% to 0.
Yeah, that was pretty dominant. I mean, the first part of the first team fight was pretty nice from Agave Coven. They took the space really, really well. But once they actually take space, they kind of struggle. I feel like Agave Coven have a pretty good base understanding of this composition, right? They use Coalescence and Ultimates like Self-Destruct to create space, right? That's a good start. But then when we get into actual engagements, where you need to find space for your Reaper, it just doesn't happen. But when you see how Rocket has tons of space, just do whatever damage they want, and Agave Coven aren't in position to deal with that, that's because of players like Boat and Ship taking the attention at the right moments, pushing the right players away. Then Rocket can just do whatever they want. Agave Coven need to do a similar thing when they're playing that composition so the Reaper could do whatever. And Agave Coven this time around, I like this. It's double main tank composition, really impressive, and both teams going to teleport to the point.
Even though Drifters ever so slightly made it there first, it's going to be Agave Coven drawing first blood with Keller Weller just putting in the work as that Doomfist. The damage, though, it was not enough. Drifters coming back in this fight as the kills are now trickling in their favor. Rocket just so charged up, and you gotta watch out for the boops on this map.
Now, Shida is one of the top tier Lucio players when we talk about the best tier 3 Lucio players, maybe even in the 2.5 tier 2 conversation when we talk about Lucios. Agave Coven again had a nice start to the team fight, but didn't really build up to anything, didn't really focus the correct targets into the next fight. I think they need to start putting the pressure on the Rocket.
There he is, getting so charged up as that Symmetra almost melts down Keller Weller. Good thing he jumps into the Immortality field. Thrown by his team. Agave Coven is kind of stuck here in this area, and the Shatter comes through! Ocean, that's going to be easy cleanup for Drifters after that.
Yeah, pretty easy cleanup. Agave Coven, again, they're running this Winston Reinhardt. Now, this, in some region, it's known as Screwdriver, in some, it's known as Bulldozer. This is a double main tank composition. It's the most fast-paced former pro in the game. Is very oppressive, and they don't really seem to be oppressing anyone right now. As I said before, I want them to get on the Rocket and try and force them out of the fight because they're getting so much value right now.
The stun! Boat tries to move forward and just gets punched back himself by the opposing Doomfist. But once again, Neptune has come up absolutely massive with a 2-man boop that might have helped save his team to stay in this fight. But it is scrappy here, and Agave Coven is getting some traction. But Crimson decides that it's going to be stopped in its tracks because he just cleaved through everybody.
Yeah, as soon as Neptune got the kill to both supports, that was really over, but Agave Coven, not that they have both their supports back, they have a little bit of leeway to try and come into this fight. They're going to have a sound barrier to do so as well. This might be their best opportunity yet.
Sound barrier, everyone is reinforced so much, but with the early fall of Emblem, it's going to be difficult for Agave Coven. And after Keller Weller gets lasered by Rocket, who has killed another person to follow suit, it is all Drifters here on this map, and gonna take the first win here at Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, this is kind of what separates, a tier 2.5 team that wants to go for contenders versus like a sort of top 48, top 42, maybe Agave Coven, top open division team. I think that's where they are roughly. And I think this is what separates it, right? Just basic knowledge of the compositions. Agave Coven have a knowledge of how the composition is played. They understand how, but they don't know how to get those great openings to go and win a team fight. They don't understand their win conditions. They don't understand how to create that space or how to get value out of a particular player or a particular component. They just know, okay, let's rush, let's go onto one target.
Right. Well, and you talk about that, and it's not always easiest to know. Knowing exactly what you're supposed to do, but also knowing when. And I think that the timing recognition is really the most difficult part as far as game awareness to bring and to teach from a coaching perspective. I think that that's so difficult to teach game awareness without just having the raw experience, background knowledge coming through. I do think that Agave in that very first one, just they had the space and they had the ground, but were too captivated by capping the point in their favor to really ensure that they had an advantage before falling back to give that space. Drifters knew that they were still evened up and just said, "Oh, you're going to give room so you can cap the point when you haven't created a very strong, like a solid, clear advantage yet." That's our button to go.
Like players on teams like Drifters are going to realize, okay, they've got space, but their Reaper's not in a position to capitalize if we rotate this way and just go onto this target. So say they want to go on to, say, the Lucio of Agave Coven, and they just have a free track record to that without the Reaper getting involved on the other side, then yeah, they're going to go and collect that kill. That's just an example. That's not exactly what happened there. But they had a lot of free openings because of little purse setups once Agave Coven had the space.
Yeah, and it really does show the crispness that Drifters can bring to the table and the refinement that they've worked on as far as picking up on those small cues of people not in position or not in a position of threat, right? You can be in position but have nothing in your belt that makes you a threat. And the tracking of those resources ultimate with Overwatch being a game where everyone's special with their own kit of resources, there is a huge amount of things to be tracking and really puts the pressure on players to manage and maintain those and sets them apart when they can.
Yeah, I actually agree. I actually would be really interested to like do a VOD review of that map and just say this is the
Ooh.
difference between like a rush from a 2.5 team. Here's 3.5 team. Here's the difference. Here's why. There's a base understanding here from a Goblet Coven, right? They are not, silly players by any means. These are 4.3 or so K players. They are not bad. They just need a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more experience against these stronger teams, and they'll be feeling okay. We're heading over to King's Row. It might be more the same, more Rush versus Rush. We might see the standard brawl composition of the May McCree, which seems likely just kind of with what Drifters are kind of showing us right now. And that is where timing becomes even more important.
Yeah, the Maywall timing alone is something you need to be capitalizing on if it's actually going to bring value. I'm sure May players have been in that very frustrating position where you have sectioned someone off and frozen them, but no one will shoot at the holding still target for you to help you finish them off. So, gonna probably see a lot of crisp communication on that front from Drifters.
She just quickly rant a second. May Blizzards, even in contenders, some of the Mays don't know how to use Blizzard effectively. I mean, they know how to do it, right? But just they sometimes get a little bit overzealous and want to use an aggressive Blizzard. That ultimate is best used when the opponent walks into you.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if this aggression gets paid off. It does. Crimson is victorious here in that little skirmish on the side. Emblem had been chunked away from his team, and well, with no reinforcements, it is some unfortunate luck for them.
You see the Sigma here, and you see the Hun. So I always think this is like an easier version of Brawl where you could poke a little bit more beforehand. So you got extra poke damage from the Sigma, and of course that Hanzo.
Freeze comes through, and it is just Drifters continuing to fill the kill feed here. Agave Coven couldn't quite make it through the gap that time, but they are slowly building their ultimates here and might have an opportunity to break through with them.
So what you're gonna see here is shit kind of baiting. Oh no, they're just gonna go. They're just gonna go flat out. They have an outmatch. They're just gonna walk in.
And the dragons are thrown as well from Agave Coven, but Drifters are holding strong. Yamitra just coming out absolutely clutch with the immortality field, keeping everyone alive. As Kellerweller's dragons just rolled on through.
Sat up there, and I thought they were just gonna leave ship out there just kind of as a bait and then walk onto whatever target is a little bit isolated on rotation, trying to walk onto ship, but it looks like they just want to go straight at it. Drifters are not messing around at all here.
No, and they just continuing to charge headstrong into Agave Coven there. They did manage to take down Emblem early, and that's pushing them back. You cannot push well without your main tank, but with Regime's Flux here, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on him to find some value. Drifters are all grouped up right now, so it is a nice, tempting look in my opinion, but Kellerweller has opened up the kill feed with a kill onto Neptune, and there it is, the Flux coming through, the Immortality Field saving Drifters' team, but there's still a couple people who go down, and Drifters throws their Blizzard! They are continuing to hold the point strong here, as a couple members of Coven were frozen up and polished off.
I mean, they had a really good start to that fight. They got to pick out the target that you really want to. Neptune has the Sound Barrier online. That means a free good Lick Flux for you. Problem is, I think they got a little bit overzealous there. I think you really want to try and bait out the Immortality Field, and then that could be a free fight win. Instead, you walk in, you get a little bit too aggressive, and that's the perfect timing for a Blizzard. Thank you, Rocket, for proving that Tier 2 and Tier 2.5 Maze can actually use that ultimate properly.
always good when you're reinforcing Ocean's hopes there. It's not always easy to do either. Agave Coven going to high ground though. I like this route that they did. It did force Drifters back some, but with all the ultimates online for Drifters, it's going to be a tough fight. Everyone has been reinforced by the sound barrier of Calypso, and Agave Coven is getting aggressive. They're getting really aggressive in this small room here. Emblem does manage to make it out. The sound self-destruct comes through, breaking the shield, and now he's been slammed on the ground. There's a few people there left, but Drifters have done a lot of damage as is. They're continuing to aggress forward with a great shield block from Crimson of that accretion. And now Agave Coven knows that they've lost their traction and have to regroup again with 20 seconds left.
Feels rough because you're going to die. You're going to come back in 10 seconds time. And that Immortality Field is still going to be off cooldown. And you're not going to have your Baptiste for this last fight. At least you've got a tick, but you've not got much else to really enforce any hope here. You've got Gravitic Flux. Maybe that could give them something.
Lamb's coming through, and there's no Immortality Field for them this time. It comes out much later. There it is, continuing to keep the team alive. Agave Coven needs to make or break it here, and Rose is doing their all, getting that kill with the high noon. It's not going to be enough. Rocket has thrown the blizzard, and Drifters holding strong here on this defense of King's Row. It is just a last desperate attempt by Calypso to keep this point alive with the sound barrier, but as valiant as it was, it's not going to be quite enough.
Tick, I'm proud of them for that, right? It's not easy when, you've just come off on 100-0 loss on control to even go up against a team like Drifters, right? I think Agave Coven, they kind of know they're outmatched here, so they're just coming maybe for VOD material, maybe, just to see how they stack up against a team like this. And of course, for a team like this, it's nice to play a team of this quality, right? Because usually a team like Agave Coven wouldn't be able to just get a scrim opportunity versus Drifters, right? So this is a nice experience for them. They get to learn a lot from this, and I hope they do learn a lot from this, because there is a clear mismatch here in terms of timing and engagements. I think that's the biggest thing. Mm-hmm. Ultimate usage-wise, and actually, base understanding, Agave Coven, not that bad, to be honest. I've been a little bit more impressed by those macro concepts myself.
I think that it was really good that you called out this opportunity for Agave Coven, because you're right. Playing against your same regular opponents all the time, or this people from your same elo, is not always going to be able to make you the best player. It is playing against those people who are essentially going to hand you your own carcass, where you learn the hard way what it means to be a great player and really grind out the skills and see exactly how yours are also combated. Some of the creativity is always the hardest to come up with, and these higher elo players have it and the mechanics to pull it off. Looks like we are stargazing here, though, as that Crimson's just checking it out. The wall's good for Agave Coven, and they did manage to section someone off, but they broke through it so quickly. Drifters was able to regroup in time. Boat takes the early kill there onto Rose, and now Agave Coven has lost quite a few people. Oh, this is going to be rough for them. And Ocean, I think that Drifters might have this in the bag. The stalls are a little bit rough for Agave Coven as they're continuing to back off and give space, and that's it! It was just too short and not enough. They couldn't quite make it, and that's going to be a win for Drifters.
Actually, I've actually got a really nice insight here for you and everyone watching. And it's a little bit of an insight on DPS in particular. And it was Boat on the McCree at the end. So at the end there, if you remember back to Legion Garden, where you actually remember that Agave Coven took a lot of space, a lot of vital space on Legion Garden, one of the most important positions on the map. And then they just actually let their opponents walk into them. Okay, so now at the end of King's Row there, when the map, it was basically done, but you saw Boat go aggressively and set up so that when Agave Coven try to come back in and touch the point, they can't. It's not possible. They're going to get absolutely destroyed by that McCree. Yes, they can walk onto the McCree, but they might not touch the point, or they get the kill on the McCree, but they won't win the team fight. That sort of setup, or that sort of positioning, or just that sort of knowledge of where to be at the right time, what sort of engagements you need to take, that's the difference in this series.
Yeah. And, I'll be curious to see if Agave Coven maybe recognizes that a little bit. It's always really hard, of course, to do it, in game, in the heat of the moment. So difficult. But, it looks like we're going to take a quick break. That'll give them some time to recalibrate, mentally get their heads ready for this last match we have coming up, and to see if maybe they can bring the heat to drifters in a little bit more unexpected way. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
What you need, no. Immortality is gone.
Hey, folks, and welcome back to the Chicago LANfest Summer Day Camp event brought to you by the Will English Invitational. For those of you just joining us, please remember that, of course, LANfest always partners with a bunch of different charities when they host their events. And this time, we are partnering with the Anti-Cruelty Society of Chicago. So, all you pet lovers out there who spoil your fur babies, probably a little too much like I do, please go ahead and donate. Go ahead and you can click the donate button below or do the command with the exclamation point. They do a lot of great work behind the scenes as far as rehabilitation and training and classes for owners, too, in case you're maybe a new dog owner like myself. But Ocean, of course, big thanks to everyone. And I'm excited to actually see our last map here of Agave Coven and Drifters to close us out. It's a little bit one sided, but Drifters have been a very, very strong competitor in the scene lately.
Absolutely, right. Again, those question marks I talked about always happens when a team is a contender trials and doesn't make contenders. That isn't because Drifters are a bad team, or I'm saying I'm doubting them. I actually believe Drifters are a very good team. I think the only thing that they really missed out on is just experience in those contenders trial situations. I thought that's the reason Wisp and Malice went through over She's Bunny Crew North America and Drifters in particular. It was very close North American trials this time around. I was very excited on those broadcasts. But no, Drifters, a couple of question marks around them. This tournament in particular, that they should probably win this tournament. They should probably win this series, and then they probably should go back for OD, and then we can answer the question of are Drifters contenders quality again later on. But it's safe to say at the moment they're on the right track.
I like that you preface all of that with they should do this and should do that because teams that are wanting to play at that high level should be bringing that consistency. And if they don't have that consistent level of gameplay that's actually winning and high and getting those or capitalizing on those opportunities, then they will never be the prestigious team they're looking to be. It's going to be about consistency.
I think the teams that obviously always take their scrim seriously. Never like troll book or anything. I think this is actually a problem in North America where a lot of teams don't take all their scrim seriously or get their practice correct or really talk with their scrim partners about how they want to or what they want to focus on, etc. Drifters. My experience in them, we did actually their warm up. My Oldie and Sandia team did the warm up for Drifters for their NA Grand Final for Open Division, and they knew exactly what they wanted immediately. So their practice is all very solid.
Yeah, and here we go. The kill already opening up for Drifters here. It's going to be tough for Agave Coven to push forward, missing a shield, but there's a little bit of length here on the payload before they actually have to engage around this corner. Pepper damage coming through, but they're just being peppered back, to be honest, Ocean. I'm really worried about what Rocket's going to bring here on this off angle. He's been so deadly and definitely needs to make sure that the Agave Coven has their radar ready for him to come out of nowhere and pretty much potentially take them on. We have a bit of a, still pepper damage fight coming through around this corner. Both Orissas just in each other's faces trying to get the damage done. Crimson is forced to use the Fortify early, but it is going to be Emblem drawing first blood onto ship here. Agave Coven has that man up advantage now, and they're trying to capitalize even more on it, but Rocket is just slicing through and then dipping away, no problems. He's getting topped off right after that. It's a good amount of space given, but Drifter's still continuing to have to give that space. Rose did get that pick onto Yamitra, so Agave Coven has the Discord not to worry about, Ocean, and that could be really helpful for this next fight. The
Matrix. Watch it, because this is going to try and force Toucan out of the fight so Rocket can get a Dragon Blade.
Neptune just kills two people. Oh man, taking the fight straight to Agave Coven as a bloodthirsty support there. Now Agave Coven stuck in this corner, and after that it is going to be cleared out.
Didn't think they were going to engage off of that on Matrix. I thought it was just to, set things up. I clearly got that one wrong. Clearly, there is a little bit of a mismatch here. They want to engage off of all their ultimates and just go home early. They will still have that Dragon Blade for the next fight. They'll probably either pair it with the Supercharger or the Gravitic Flux. After the Gravitic Flux, then they'll go down, or they'll just go.
I mean, yeah, let's just go into the back line, Naked Blade and all, trying to find the value, but then caught in the Flux in response. Couldn't quite snake away in time, but that Immortality Field from Neptune has just been spot on every time, either right when the Flux lands or just after when it's really needed.
Yeah, they went there for the Supercharged Dragon Blade combo, which can just about outdamage Transcendence, but it's extremely difficult. But what that did actually was it used a lot of Agave Coven's cooldowns, which meant that the Critic Flux later on, once Drifters had the opportunity to use it, got a lot of value.
Yeah. And, as we're waiting around here for the teams to engage, big shout out to Avidity Organization for the $25 donation to the Anti-Cruelty Society of Chicago. Huge thank you there. Oh, but a huge trance coming through from Yamitra as well. Look at that, keeping everyone alive. And now that enabled boat to get the first kill onto Toucan. Agave Coven is in a very tight place here in this hotel. Keller Weller just burned to a crisp at the end.
Really like the composition Drifters are playing right now. It's kind of like the old composition. I think this was I think it was the Summer Showdown tournament composition that we saw mostly in the grand finals, where Paris Eternal won. Like the Genji double shield comp, where you're just trying to poke, build Dragon Blade, you're either running Zen Baptiste and Yada Break or Baptiste Brigitte. It's an all very slow composition. It's just all about those win conditions. I like that sort of composition once in a while, but sometimes it can a little bit stale. But I like it for now, and I like the way that Drifters are playing it.
And we're getting down to the last bit of time here. Agave Coven has to stay on the point, but it's going to be tough. The Dragon Blade from Rocket just coming through and cleaving through the backline, claiming the second support now and a third after that. Everyone on the point from Agave Coven is fallen, and Drifters have done it again with another incredible defensive hold.
Yeah, Coven, at points it's alright, though. They had a couple of things where they forced Drifters back a bit. They didn't win any team fights conclusively, but they gained some ground, and that's not nice to say sometimes, when that's the best thing you could say about a team. But there is a mismatch here, and it is nice that they are able to extract some sort of value out of this round. Yeah. And hopefully enjoy their time here, learn from this experience, because that's all you can do from that. If you take this down and start, thinking, oh, I'm really bad, then you're not going to improve at all.
And that is the mindset and mentality that players need to bring to the table. And there's a lot to learn here from this matchup and from reviewing things like this. Drifter's ability to give that space even when they were 1 man down, 2 man down, and then regroup for that solid hold and come back from that calmly. It did not seem like any of them were ever overly scattered about without intention of that if they wanted, right? When we saw the Genji diving in the line, that's not scattered, that's intentional. But I think that, Drifters really show some quality Overwatch that, I would take a couple notes myself from.
I actually take notes on this because I think this is actually a really good VOD. For any sort of like tier 3.5 team looking to push top OD, something like this where they can tell the difference between a middle of the pack OD team that's maybe top 48 versus a top OD team, almost contenders team, is really nice material just to see the differences. And I think a lot of teams, not just the Agave Coven, should be looking at this VOD.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot to offer here. Agave Coven is going to have to hold as close as they can. They're giving a little bit of ground, but Drifters just continuing to berate them and push onward here. A nice accretion comes through, threads the needle onto Rocket there, but not going to be enough, and the kills are now coming through for Drifters team. They are continuing to aggress forward here. Agave Coven trying to hold strong, but at 4.07 left, it's going to be tough goings for Agave Coven as Drifters continue to move forward. And Ocean, that is going to go ahead and seal the deal.
That wasn't very nice at the end. That's not the nicest way to end off this series. Hammer kill from, I think it was Rocket, and I just want to bring this back. We've been talking about the the learning experience that Gabby Cover can have from this, but I think it is time to slow things down and just talk about the brilliance of Drifters, right? This is a team that wants to get into the contender cycle. They've been grinding for so long. I think I remember them first playing under attack mode, I think October or so last year, maybe a little bit earlier than that. I saw attack mode up in the standings and started watching their OD games. And it wasn't the exact same roster the whole way through, but look, they've grown so much. And I think it's time to finally appreciate them and all of the teams that are, just on the edge of that contender cycle. Because I feel like at the start of the year, it was pretty standard who was going to get into contenders, who was an open division team or whatever. But I feel like the gap is closing, and I feel like you can see that with teams like Sheer Cold, who were just in contenders trials, getting a third finish. Fusion University, who looked great in contenders trials, getting a fourth place finish, and not looking as great because, they had to make a couple of swaps or whatever, but they still rolled for trials and then finished fourth, right? That sort of thing, Overwatch is getting more competitive, it's getting looked at more closely, and that's a nice little thing to have for this scene moving forward.
Yeah. Well, and the scene has, obviously been growing as it's aging. And with the element of that, it means that there just are more people with that variety of skill, right? Technically, Overwatch is a new sport. And so we don't have quite all of the backlog of talent or, the veterans. The veterans are all still very, very young in comparison to like traditional sports. So definitely a lot of growth and room for that across all the scenes. And, there's a pretty clear cut level of when you are graduating and the dominance you need to assert in that big fish, little pond setting before you're clearly ready for the next level up. Because the next level up, you better be ready to be a small fish in a big pond once again. It's a big jump. But folks, we are going to wrap up here for this match. There are more matches coming up, of course. This is the Chicago LANfest Summer Day Camp. We will continue on. I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Ocean. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone, today. Don't go anywhere. There'll be some more Overwatch right after.
Build an empire and take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire.
The Shadow's gonna come in from infected. We blocked. There goes all the ultimates. It is a Q palooza. There comes the Shatter already coming in. Lucio going to be taking down Lucio. Both going to go down. It looks like Avidity going to be getting the better of it, especially with LQD doing stuff like that. But still, Light's going to take down Drippy, and that could change everything, especially when you have You need that Baptiste to come back. As Baptiste, it's going to be really tough to do that as we're still rolling out this one last fight coming in. Here comes the stuns and the staggers. Booty Blaster already coming out on the Doomfist, even talking so much about overtime. Almost takes away, almost being that Sig 9. Booty Blaster will get the kill, but it might not be enough. Spinning to win on this Wrecking Ball. Still coming out, the May in the ice block, getting hit by those micro missiles. Still getting taken down. The Wrecking Ball now going to spin to win again. Everyone's just turning around and around, and it's going to be enough time for Booty Blaster to come out to hit the Wrecking Ball away, but they'll just get taken down. Saintex will get taken out, but still not enough for either team to get anything decisive. Triple B, it looks like they might be turning this around. The D-Max is going to come in. Here comes the Blizzard onto point, walling them off. That might just be it. And now it looks like Avidity Ice are on the back foot a little bit. Still, both teams at a point where neither of them really clearly winning. That Diva Bomb could have changed everything. Karmez on the Doomfist is turning this around in somehow, some way. Triple B are not going to hold, but still, Avidity Ice, they've only bought themselves the chance for a draw.
Okay, Wing. So 2 words I can think of for Avidity Ice right now was that target focus coming through from the whole team, especially with that last minute switch. Once Karmez went down, going on to that Doomfist just spelled such success because Doomfist is so powerful with having that one shot, one punch, I should say, potential, and we definitely saw that come through. So great job coming in from an Avidity Ice and almost there with Infected on Triple B's with that spin to win. Oh man, there was a few times I thought that Avidity Ice was gonna cap it, but Infected was there to say, absolutely not right now. I'm spinning to win. My heart's in it.
Their heart was absolutely in it, and we're getting back into this now. Like we were talking about before, Triple B, they only need that one tick on point A, and they've got 2.5 minutes to do it. They've got all the time in the world, and it's just going to be up to Avidity Ice to keep this, to keep the defense alive.
Yeah, we're definitely keeping the defense alive, and I was actually just going to say we're going to be on same compositions, but Booty Blaster is actually going to choose to really have that mobility to be able to do that, and the Ember already comes out, so that is going to be a potential green light from Avidity Ice.
Yeah, that was a really weird choice. And, Avidity Ice is taking out the Immortality Field early. The pin coming in on the...
Oh! The C9K Wing! Oh my god, nobody saw! We didn't even see it! Wow! I mean, I guess it just goes to show how quickly that one tick really caps.
That's a little bit of a C9 there. Oh boy, that's the second time this has happened to you guys, Avidity Ice. You guys need to check that your UI is on. I really need you to not. You can't.
Hey there, I'm Sarah from Thermaltake Australia, and this is a Thermaltake Tower 100. The Tower 100 has a small footprint. It's available in both a snowy white or black edition. The Tower 100 borrows the amazing qualities of the iconic Tower 900 that you came to love, but boasts plenty of unique features that make this mini tower case stand out from its big brother. Its modularity, versatility, and small footprint make the Tower 100 a case anyone can see their next ITX build in.
LANfest is community. LANfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANfest is gaming. Come join LANfest.
What's up?
Hey dude, you free to talk?
I will call you back. Music!
So with these payload maps, you do have those long sight lines, so double sniper is always possible. We saw some pretty good sniping coming out from the members of Avidity Ice from those DPS, and there you go. You have some early showings of double sniper already.
I really like the team composition coming in from Avidity Ice right now. We have this dive variation with Forks, Death Sword, and Karma's really putting pressure from all around and hopefully creating enough space for LQD to go in the back and just click those heads. But they are going to have a little bit of friendly composition sniping duels. It's going to be quite a few different friends, with Booty Slayer and Kendrick also showing the cards of having that Ashe and that Hanzo. But thankfully, at least LQD will have that pocket coming in from Saintex, so hopefully that'll be enough to be able to really duel fairly with it. And oh! First headshot out the bat, go to LQD, K-Wing.
As soon as you say that, like, hopefully they'll be able to duel fairly, and immediately LQD just says fair isn't in my dictionary, or some other really kind of lame one-liner, probably a little cooler than that. But regardless, just taking them down, and already that's going to fuel some aggression from the defense. Triple B are going to be able to hold on, but LQD's just going to pick up another kill onto the Sigma. Forks will go down, but it's still pretty even for these two teams.
Definitely. Now, we're definitely seeing this Dive-S comp coming in, really favoriting Avidity Ice right now, because the Triple B's team composition right now is a very It's a very stable composition, very slow pace moving, especially with Infected on that Arisa right now. So Avidity Ice is able to dive in and get those kills from above. But as I say that, you know, Elephant Lord gets the kill onto Death Sword.
And LQD is gonna get the kill onto the Ash. Not letting them play the video game. It's so disgusting. Forks is gonna get halted and cooked by everyone else. LQD is on this flank. Are they gonna be able to find anything? Not gonna miss. Gonna miss the shot onto the Baptiste and gonna be forced to retreat as they try and keep this last stand. LQD is gonna get taken down by the Sonic Arrow, and here comes Kendrick for the sniping on the Hanzo, and that will be Triple B taking the first point of Rialto.
Yeah, it really seems like Avidity Ice never got a full team composition that they were able to go in and re-engage with. You know, Triple B's were doing a great job at getting those single kills when they were in that reset phase to really keep Kempo in their control with 4:19, 18 counting down on the clock for them.
Yeah, Crime is going to copy the Sigma. We'll see if they're able to get the Gravitic Flux off. Here it comes, lifting up a few people into the air. There's not going to be enough time, sadly, for Kramez. It will draw out the Immortality Field, I believe, which is still okay. Here comes Pickle Nut Nuts. Gravitic Flux. Feels like gravity is going crazy here in Rialto today. And again, Pickle Nut Nut is trying to separate, doing pretty well of it, separating the 3-3, and that's a double kill Dynamite from the Ash. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
Kendrick, too.
And see, oh, I thought that LQD's body tried to touch the point, but unfortunately that body is so content. So unfortunate as Triple B's cap the second point with 4:40 on the clock. This is a very hefty time bank that they have coming in, but thankfully for Avidity Ice, we have that spawn advantage coming through, and we are going to go with a true brawl as the team is really swapping it up, becoming more brawly to really hold their own with and take advantage of that spawn.
Oh, but Lucio's gonna go down.
No.
You really want the Lucio. Avidity Ice is having so much trouble with that, with the entire, with grouping up and not getting staggered out. Here comes the grab, and a few members are going to get sucked into it, but there's not going to be many kills off of it. And in fact, most of the kills are going to go the way of Triple B. And well, there you go. There is a really fast push, 3 minutes and 53 seconds. From Triple B, and Avidity Ice, their heads have got to be spinning after this.
Wow, that is a hefty win con that they are putting on Avidity Ice's shoulder right there. That is not only a 3-cap sort of, you know, we've capped all 3 points. That is a time bank as -7 seconds as if they had just started the game. So a lot of pressure coming in from Avidity Ice. Hopefully they're able to really take it and roll with it and really recognize what Triple B's were doing to them that time. You know, they were not giving them any room to breathe, utilizing that death ball composition almost to be able to push in and get the kills that they needed. You know, Avidity Ice had this nice kill box set up with the dive coming in from the sky, or the dive coming in from the different angles and Karma's putting pressure from above. But Triple B's really countered that with their own protection of double shields and their own snipers to really start poking off. And of course, with Light on that Baptiste, really utilizing that immortality field, keeping everybody alive multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely. The Baptiste Immortality Field, in my opinion, is one of the most important pieces of utility, as it will just keep you alive in spite of everything. If you place it really well, you can just survive entire ultimates. You can survive some of the harshest conditions, in Overwatch, and already Hendrik is going to go down early, and that does not bode well for Triple B's defense. Going to get resurrected, but that's another piece of utility that you don't really want to lose that early in the fight. We'll have to see though. The Anti-Nade coming in will hit Infected, already charging up a lot of ultimate. But oh no, there goes Light. Light's gonna go down early, and even if you lose your Widowmaker, that really can't measure up to the Baptiste. Oh no, Booty Blasters is going to immediately take down that Echo, trying to fly free in the skies, and that's not going to happen. And here comes the Nano onto Death Sword. The Zarya is going to be lasering through everyone else and just decimating the members of Triple B. Here comes the grab and just keeping everyone away. But Light actually going to take down Death Sword, and no way, the Bob's gonna come in as well just to end it up. Here comes the Primal Rage trying to knock people off too as well. What is happening? It feels like the tables have turned so much, they're just flipping around, and there you go.
Oh man.
It's been a crazy fight. I'm actually going to be able to take point A.
K-Wing, they took point A with almost the amount of, basically the amount at the same time that the Triple Bs took right now. And I really like the change in their composition with just that one change of Death Sword onto Zarya. This double bubble composition really bodes well with what they're trying to they're trying to establish these kill boxes from around, and now Forks is able to really dive in there with some more support as we see the first kill in Avidity Ice's favor.
Yeah, and Avidity Ice is going to get his second one as well, as Karma is going to copy the Orisa, going to use that supercharger and just boost the damage of everyone on Avidity Ice, and they're just going to walk over the members of Triple B, just soaring through now. The second point, getting into point C. And now, if you're Triple B, you're going to be sweating a little.
Yeah, definitely sweating because Death Sword has that grab and he is ready to utilize it right now. And it looks like they're gonna completely deny any sort of touch for Triple Beast to even try to take burn down this time bank right now. K-Wing, 5 minutes on the clock, and Avidity Ice is looking great with these ultimates coming up that can continue to control this game pace like they've been doing all around.
Absolutely, and LQD is on this off angle, making sure that Triple B cannot put that shield down. There comes the grab. The Winston going to use the Primal Rage as well. Coming in, so much HP, a giant target. Also going to get bubbled. There goes the Sticky Bombs. Karma's using the Sticky Bombs, going to D-Mech, and Karma's is just ripping through the enemy team. Triple B can do nothing about it. LQD is going to go down, and now we are running pretty close to that time bank of Triple B. Still leading, but only by about 25 seconds. So if Triple B can get a good enough stall, the copy is going to come in onto the Reinhardt. That's exactly the copy you really want to get. And now Karma is just trying to find anyone to swing their hammer at. They're going to shatter two people on the ground. And Karmez is not taking no for an answer, and taking no prisoners, as it'll be, I think, just about the same time bank. 5 seconds lead for Triple B, but I am going to bring up that last game. 5 seconds was the exact lead that Avidity Ice had over Avidity Fire in Kings Row, and they actually lost Kings Row.
Oh, interesting. So I'm really curious to see how we're going to be tackling this with that 5 second difference. But I got to give props to Avidity Ice. You know, that was a really tall order for them to be putting in, and Karmes was like, yes, we can 100% get that 4 minutes, no problem. And they did that very they did the same thing that Triple B did to them, not giving them any sort of room to breathe, and really taking advantage of this unorthodox composition that Triple B decided to pull out with. And the simple swap with Death Sword swapping from Diva to Zarya was just an immense difference for them to get this space and really take advantage of the kill boxes that they have been trying to make. And having Force having that support from that bubble just made a whirlwind of a difference.
Absolutely. Now, as we get into our extra round, we're going to start off with Avidity Ice on the attack now. They're going to try and get these early picks. We saw LQD really change this map at the start, but it looks like Armis is actually going to get taken down, and it looks like Booty Blaster is going to be the one changing the way this round is starting. And already there's Kendrick as well. Forks is gonna go down. There goes Karmas again, gonna get resurrected and gonna get sent right back to the grave. And Booty Blaster and Kendrick both getting some good damage in onto the members of Avidity Ice.
Yeah, right now the Triple Bs are really having this DPS line is all about taking out Karmas right now because he was doing such value for it, and they're doing a great job. But Forks, the Primal, K-Wing.
Oh my god, the card has been moving this entire time and no one's been there to contest it. And I think Avidity Ice just took advantage of the slight disorientation of Triple B, and they're gonna push all the way to the end there. That's really impressive. They were able to really take advantage of that.
I gotta say that, you know, it seems like third time's a charm with now this time a reverse C9 where it wasn't them. And 30 seconds on the clock, and they're doing a great job at continuing to move this forward. And they have some ults. Saintix can definitely utilize that Valk to get the rest of the ults coming in as the Valk's pushed out.
Yeah, the Valkyrie goes out, but there you go. Kendrick going to get another pick. Oh, Drippy gets pulled off the side by the Hulk. There goes Crims as well. And that's just so impressive. The bomb is going to get used as well. This fight is not over yet, according to the Orisa. And still coming in, there's the High Noon 3 for Booty Blaster. And still, the card's... I thought the card was going to keep moving. I thought it was going to be another C9. Potentially from Avidity Ice, from Triple B, pardon me, but that's it. And 4 points, and a pretty daunting task, but Triple B, they might be up to it.
Yeah, they did a really great job at making sure there was folks on the payload to continue pushing, but really having the rest of the team meet the Triple Bs on that high ground, providing that distraction to be able to just take, Forks' Primal really started that distraction off, right? You know, when you're getting booped around and juggled around, it's really hard to even try to think about the payload because you're just frustrated that you're being juggled around everywhere. So great job coming in from Avidity Ice, Forks, on starting that off on the right foot and making Avidity Ice to have this win con now for the Triple Bs to get past that first point and midway through the second.
Absolutely, there's so much that Avidity Ice are going to be able to do. They have this ability to give up first point, and they have the ability to have a little bit of wiggle room on second point as well. They can set up that kill box that we've been talking so much about on the bridge, and we'll have to see if they even need to do that as the doors open and the clock starts ticking down for Triple B, as they're going to be trying to push 54 meters into second point. We'll have to see where these first picks land, because we've had some pretty interesting first picks on each of these rounds, and it looks like none really coming in. Oh, and as soon as I say that, those Saintix is actually going to go down, and there goes Forks, and it just seems like dominoes, and the house of cards begins to fall for the members of Avidity Ice, and that's not a good start to your defense to lose something like that.
Oh man, yeah, that is definitely not a good start, but good thing is that Avidity Ice recognize that it is a limited amount of time to be able to continue to fight this, so stalling it out or stalling your team out is not very good, and that pick coming in from Karmas on that Echo on Pickle Nut will spell out that green light to push forward for Avidity Ice.
Oh, definitely. You couldn't have a sign more obvious to push forward. It was in Neon and Blaster. No way. Just doing so much work on this McCree, taking out on that flank. Forks is going to go down as well. And that's the first point. 50 seconds left for Triple B, and all they have to do is push 54 meters. I think they can do it, but it's going to be up to Avidity Ice to get grouped up really quick and to get that contest.
Yeah, these angles that Booty Blaster are taking right now are just getting so much value for the Triple Bs right now. I like the fact that Avidity Ice is recognizing that we have to go full brawl, coming in with this rush composition, and we've seen Karmas do great work on that Hanzo, so we'll see if they're able to continue contesting this.
Here comes the high noon from Booty Blaster, just trying to zone out, but the Winston's gonna knock him away, and there's a lot of run from Avidity Ice, and LQD is gonna get some final blows, multiple of them, on the way to just stopping Triple B short. And it looks like Avidity Ice will keep it, will hold the line, and go up 2-1. They're on match point now.
They are on match point, and I have to say that we are seeing these two teams play very differently. Beluga Bail Bonds have this hero playstyle where we see a lot of the teammates or the team players able to clutch these different plays out. We've seen Booty Blasters make these plays, as we saw on Rialto right there, getting those off angles and spelling out that success for the team, or from Light to Infected. But what Avidity Ice is doing great is playing as a team. Their consistency is coming in from the target focus, the combinations from abilities and ults to keep it in their favor right now. And they're doing a great job at really also picking out when the Triple Bs get too aggressive and too confident. Avidity Ice is there to really put them back in their place and say, you can't do that to us. We will definitely punish you for that. And they're doing a great job.
Yeah, punishing mistakes is the name of the game pretty often in Overwatch, and Avidity Ice has been doing that any sort of time that you get too over aggressive or you get too overconfident. Avidity Ice is going to be there to send you right back down to earth. They've been doing just that, like you said. But we're looking for our fourth map now, and Avidity Ice, they just need one more and they're done. And Triple B, they're gonna need to get 2 in a row if they want to get the victory and stay undefeated.
Yeah, this will be quite interesting because Triple B really has this prestige name with some of these players coming in from contenders, such as Infected and Beluga and Light. With that, it comes that confidence to be able to play some of these unorthodox comps. And right now, they have to respect Avidity Ice. I gotta say, I think Overwatch is a balance of respecting the enemy team and recognizing what they have going for themselves and what they're doing right now, how are they getting value, and trying to respect it, and then also counter it after that. But you have to recognize it first, and it seems like we saw, Triple B's recognizing that a little bit, especially from Karmas in the Sky. We definitely saw Booty Blaster and Kendrick having that Kree Hanzo to take Karmas out of the sky. But once again, we saw those hero plays being done, and Avidity Ice was there to punish.
Absolutely, you had those really important moments of those hero plays coming out, and sometimes team play is really important in Overwatch, but sometimes you really just need that X factor, you really just need those hero plays, and you really just need to have someone who can, when the going gets tough, click heads and just be able to pull out a fight.
Yeah, 100%. And I gotta say that on both sides, we definitely saw that. LQD, I mean, you talked about how they chose Havana last time around against Avidity Fire, and I understand why right now. Because LQD was clicking those heads and really match to match with both Kendrick and Booty Blaster.
Absolutely. I mean, LQD we just saw in the kill feed so often felt like he just had an all-access pass to the kill feed, and I just really impressed with that performance. So I think that'll probably affect how Triple B choose their next map. They really don't want to go to a map where you're going to have those double snipers. You really want to choose a map where you're not, if you're suffering to these snipers, you can choose a map where they're not as effective, where you have more contained spaces, where these snipers don't have those long sight lines like they do in Rialto, in Havana, like we've been talking about. And you can kind of shut them down before the spawn doors even open.
Be interesting because the next map coming in is everybody's favorite 2CP map. I gotta say that I also hate playing, but I love casting because we're able to see the teamwork coming in from these teams to be able to cap these really tough chokes where you're facing the spawn advantage, so you need to get that target prioritization very perfect to be able to cap that. And it looks like we will be going to Temple of Anubis first, not typically one of the ones we see, which is why I'm super excited. I'm guessing that we will see some Junkrat and maybe some Pharah come through, or some Skyforce. Maybe Karmas will go back to the or continue the Echo.
Yeah, who knows what we'll see, but it looks like we're gonna be seeing the Temple of Anubis, which, like you said, not really a common map we see, but I don't know. I mean, you do have that long sight line that we were that I was talking about, and so an interesting choice. We just had some really big difficulties against the Widowmaker, but I think there's always a plan for Triple B, so they're gonna have to show us their plan.
Yeah, I'm a little curious if they're going to continue to opt on this double shield composition with Infected on the Arista and Pickled Nutnut on that Sigma. And maybe we'll add in even, because they've been doing a lot of compositions where they are a ball of damage, a ball of rush damage, and we rush on, get the damage, and, you know, things die. And so I am curious to see if they will opt to do the same thing. And maybe opt to have a Junkrat for that. I wouldn't be surprised if Vidiice is on the attack if they do opt for that double or the double bubble come through. It really seemed like they had a lot of success coming in and fighting that high damage velocity that Triple B has had, with Forks having that bubble of protection and also having Anna right there beside him with those purples. Very, you know, when you have the purple, you have the bubble, and you just have that Tesla gun, you just tickle everybody to death.
Yeah, absolutely. Anna's anti-nade also really an important piece that I feel like gets overlooked in in lower level Overwatch, but it's a really powerful ability. Stopping all the healing from going onto a person is incredibly important, and it's probably the best part of Anna's kit, and I'm including Sleep Dart and probably maybe even Nano Boost in that, even though you have some combos. But regardless, the interesting strategies coming in. I do like the D.Va pick from Triple B. I think that if you want to try and get that sniper, shove a D.Va in their face.
Certainly. I like the fact that Vidiice is going to opt to go on the same composition with the double bubble. And as you said, you know, Drippy, I'm sure that he's probably yelling in comms because every single time that purple comes out, we see Forks and Karmas really capping on that. And so the team is definitely taking advantage of that. But right now, what they're going to have to really be thoughtful of is the Triple B's Kendrick on that Mei. They're definitely looking to utilize his rush as to capitalize on that win condition of just Mei wall rush and kill. So we'll be able to see very clean rotation coming in from so far, but that's only prepping Vidiice to push in or meet him.
Yeah, and oh, Drippy's just going to get run over by the death ball. Just going to absolutely get absorbed. And now Triple B, they've got a strong attack coming in. Karmaz has to find something, but it looks like LQD and Forks are both going to find themselves victims of the death ball, and Triple B, they're going to take this point in record time. I think they're going to end up with something like probably like 7 minutes on the clock, 6 minutes on the clock actually, and we're also going to end up with a pause.
Ooh, somebody pressed the W key a little too hard there. But I mean, regardless, we just saw a very quick team wipe coming in from the Triple Bs. This rush composition is so powerful, and it's really, we saw the destruction where with the double bubble composition, it really leaves Drippy the Ana in a very vulnerable state. So if you're up against a rush comp and Drippy is there in the corner looking like a tasty appetizer, definitely gonna go in and run over Drippy on that Ana. And without that Ana, you know, you're really missing that key piece of the puzzle of those anti-nates. We definitely saw the team, as I talked about previously, that Avidity Ice is doing a great job at working as a full team. And so having the support that Forks needs, from the double bubble to the anti-nates to push in on the target, has been really helping. And so it was quite unfortunate that Drippy went down, but also spelling some great success from the Triple Bs. We are seeing K-Wing that they have a ultimate, and ultimates being built, which could potentially set them up for that snowball. So we'll see if they're able to.
That we will, as we're just waiting for the, of course, waiting for the pause to end. And there we go, we're already up. And they have even more than just the one ultimate. They're coming close up to 2. LQD on the Hanzo barely has no ult charge as the new switch. Booty Blaster. Oh, LQD actually gets that first pick on a Kendrick, and there goes the light, there goes your ultimate, and the snowball is not going to... Snowballs, you know, they don't last very long on a sunny place like the Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, certainly. And you know, the Triple Bs really didn't have that key piece of the puzzle to really get a successful snowball. We only had a ultimate come through, and we didn't have any picks. And instead, LQD came in with that Hanzo and got a pick in return, just really spelling out a reset coming through. And you know, Avidity Ice has already burned down a minute on the clock. A-Wing. Oh.
That they have, and now we're having a really interesting fight here, as I'm actually having some technical difficulties on my end.
You know what? We have a grab coming in just right after Infected had a massive shatter that is really spelling out the success for Triple Bs right now, as we are raining red in the kill feed. Really even putting Karmaz down, and Booty Blaster celebrating with that Deadeye in return. LQD is trying to keep this point alive right now, K-Wing, and unfortunately, not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I love how you said that the Deadeye was thrown in celebration, and it even still got the Mercy. So that was a really incredible play. And 4.5 minutes, thankfully, we were able to avert the technical disaster from consuming me even more than it already has. But a pretty scary sequence of events for Avidity Ice. They're really just taking a beating now as we get into round 2, and a pretty good win condition set for Avidity Ice. And there it is, the Junkrat, the J Silly. He has come out to play.
It really seems that we're seeing a difference in both of the teams, where Triple B is playing very quickly. They're really taking advantage of Elephant Lord on that Lucio, and you know, the speed to really push in. I mean, we saw Infected with that shatter in the interior on that left side. Just again, they push forward. It was the speed coming in, where Avidity Ice is playing a little bit more cautious because of that, and the cautiousness of their play style is really not going well with Triple Bs. Just playing very quickly, pressing the W key and pushing in.
Kendrick did the mine and trap at spawn trick, and it worked. It got Death Sword. It got Death Sword caught. It didn't get the kill. It was, of course, on purpose for charge now on 86%, and already, Santic's good. Already the Mercy is gonna go down, and Ash, Booty Blast are gonna find 2 Santic. The first, and LQD the second. Karma is as well going to fall, and Triple B are pretty powerful already.
Oh. And Death Sword, that stall is not going to go great, K-Wing, especially, you know, having those extra seconds down. Triple B's have already taken or burned away a minute on their clock, but LQD taking down Kendricks. Oh, just kidding. Elfin Lord has that rest to keep everybody alive.
Yeah, that's important, and it does set a pretty scary tone for this fight, but still, you're gonna need a little more than that. Just the Winston diving in, this is already going to get taken down by the burst damage of the Junkrat with the Orisa and the Sigma. Everyone just focusing on that Winston all at once. This takes so much out of them. There goes Death Sword as well, going to get revived, but that's a really bad start for Avidity Ice so far.
Yeah, this is really tough because Triple B's are really working as a team right now. We have Infectus Pool that pairs well with Pickle Nut's Rock, or the Dynamite coming in from Booty Blaster, but thankfully Avidity Ice has these ultimates that they have been built, but my god, Forks goes down even with that Nano K-Wing!
Yeah, that's really brutal to have that Nano go on the Winston and just get Gravitic Flux into the air and taken down. You really can't do much about it, but I feel like you really need some support on these Winston dives. Forks is just not having anything. He's just diving in and getting chunked down so fast. And he doesn't really have as much support as maybe he would like with the maybe a DPS. There goes the grab, and there goes the blade. It's gonna get 2, but the Bob will take down the Genji, and the Junkrat will get revived, and Triple B, they're really getting taken to the cleaners.
Yeah, right now Triple B is really holding their own. They recognize that they need to win the next 2 maps to be able to continue on, and they're really taking it serious right now. It looks like we are definitely seeing, you know, their serious side come out, and Avidity Ice is struggling, really pushing in because of that target focus coming in from the Triple Bs, and down K-Week! Oh!
And both the supports of Avidity Ice, and then is just gonna send them right back to spawn. 40 seconds left, and now you really just have one fight left for Avidity Ice.
We have 1 fight left and no ultimates coming in through here, K-Wing. So I'm really looking for these hero plays right now, these clutch plays right now, and Forks going down is gonna it's just gonna be unfortunate because we are under 30 seconds now, K-Wing.
Absolutely, 20 seconds left. We're gonna need to see some incredible clutch plays. We're gonna need to see an X Factor unlike we've never seen it before. And it's just all red in the kill feed, all Sigma, all the time. And it looks like that's just going to be it. Triple B pushing through and going to equalize. And we're going to our tiebreaker map.
Tiebreaker map, 2-2, and just wow, you know, it really seemed like that might have not been Avidity Ice's map coming through. In that last fight, maybe the last minute or 2, it really seemed like they were playing sloppy with their ultimates. I was thinking that they were going to really save that Nano Blade, and that was going to be like their win con, but they end up utilizing it on Forks in a very not as coordinated fight, and then it ended up going to waste as Forks got just CC'd to death, basically. And so it really seemed like there was a little bit of more of sloppy fights coming in from Avidity Ice, and Triple Bs were really taking advantage of that and utilizing their own ultimates to take control of the pace of the game, as we see the just disgusting tire coming in from Kendricks. I have been that Anna and Mercy that gets tired, so my heart goes to y'all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that maybe at this point we might be seeing a bit of exhaustion coming out from these teams because they've been playing pretty consistently for the past few hours.
So true.
Each of these teams have been playing for, this would be their 7th map, going into the 8th map today. That's a lot of Overwatch to be playing at such a high level. But it looks like Triple B, they're really sticking with it. Maybe a little better than Avidity Ice, but now both these teams are getting pushed against the wall. This one last map is going to decide which of these teams is going to get that victory, whether it's going to be Triple B and whether they're going to continue their undefeated streak to 2-0, or if Avidity Ice is going to get that first win.
Yeah, certainly. We definitely saw success coming in from Avidity Ice as they won that first map of Lijiang with 2-0. So I'm curious if they're, feeling like, you know what, 2 CP, let's forget about it. New game, let's go for it. Because that's honestly the mentals that they really have to have. They can't go into this next map with frustration of, we lost that, we didn't get the second point, X, Y, and Z. So hopefully, and we did actually see last time around K-Wing that they lost against their sister team, Avidity Fire, with that 0-3-0, but really have come in strong this time around. So I definitely believe that they can shake it off, but Triple Bs are looking to also continue their name. And we are gonna head over to Oasis to see who will win this intense round robin match.
Yeah, and it's going to be our last map. It's going to be our last map of this series. So definitely really exciting. Definitely don't go anywhere for it. And of course, last time we had our control map, it was won 2-0 by Avidity Ice pretty squarely. But we'll have to see if Triple B can take that and change it into something different. If they've learned their lesson from Lijiang, and if they can turn it into a victory on Oasis.
Yeah, certainly. And with these control maps, we're definitely going to see the different map terrains coming in. And we've seen from both sides that they're able to comfortably play these brawls coming in and also this dive variation. So I am curious to see which map we will get of Oasis first. I am hoping for University, but of course I'm not going to get University. Instead, we will get, I believe, Gardens. I'm always pretty bad with the Oasis maps for some odd reason, but nonetheless, I'm definitely thinking that we're gonna see more of the dive variation coming through. And as I say that, we are seeing Triple B's variation with that ball of Kendrick in the sky and Infected making space around with Pickle Nut, really protecting that front line coming through. And so what I'm seeing is that Avidity Ice is definitely going to have to really prioritize the support line coming in, as that's going to do a plethora of the damage that Beluga Bell Bonds will be pushing out. Light has to go down. Take that Death Note away from him, Avidity Ice.
Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to keep Light pacified, or if they will rain destruction like they have before on the Zenyatta already. The Tracer getting some early damage, going to actually take down Light, and there goes the main tank as well. Both the DPS of Avidity Ice getting those early picks, both getting 2 actually each, and they'll seal that away pretty quickly and have to capture and they'll be able to capture the first point.
Yeah, first point, and we are definitely seeing a little bit of a change of composition coming in from Beluga Bail Bonds. We are seeing Light on that Brigida. Hopefully seems like Harmez is the one that's really giving them some trouble from their back line, and as we're seeing, already having that pulse.
Yeah, definitely. Wreaking havoc on this back line, throwing in the pulse bomb. Not gonna find anything, but still, that is it's a very scary thing to have. We'll have to see if it affects Triple B at all. Now Karma's on the high ground, trying to take the fight to the Mercy. There goes the high noon, and Karma find themselves in the sights of the McCree Booty Blaster. Is hungry for more, hunting against the Winston, gonna take down and eventually gonna be put to a stop by the Lucio, but it might be too late.
What a rock!
What a rock! Incredible plays all around, especially from Triple B. And it looks like they will find themselves in control of the point after a little bit of stall from Avidity Ice.
Yeah, I don't know how Avidity Ice is holding on for so long, but they're already stalling it out, K-Wing, to 75% and counting, not even allowing Triple B to be able to get onto this point. It seems like they're definitely going to have to give some resources and some ults to be able to take it.
Yeah, definitely. They're still struggling to take this, and that's really crucial. That's what we've been talking about, and I thought for a second that LQD got sent out of EMP, but they're still able to keep this point with really good stalls and really good stalls from Avidity Ice. It's 95-5 now.
95-5. They were able to stall out 50% of that map. Just insane. And on top of it, of stalling it out, Avidity Guys has all of their ults pretty much ready in preparation to potentially cap this point right now. I like the fact that Light has his rally to keep the team safe from the barrage of ults coming through from Avidity Guys. Oh!
Yeah. Oh, there goes the stun. And there goes the fan the hammer. And LQD is not ready for what the McCree is bringing. Kendrick has the barrage ready and waiting for this next push from Avidity Ice.
And K-Wing, I like the fact that the Avidity Ice did not utilize so many ultimates coming in from that. They actually forced out a few of their ultimates coming from Triple B on that side. So if we get a big fat LQD EMP, that could be the win con that Avidity has to recapture this point, because they're already in that last fight territory with 95%.
There goes that EMP. There's 3 people who are hacked. Kendrick uses the barrage. It doesn't find any kills. And Triple B, they look like they're struggling. 1 kill coming through onto the Lucio, but it might not be enough because Avidity Ice is raining down havoc and destruction onto Triple B. And they're going to recapture the point now. 5%. Is anyone from Triple B going to be able to touch? The answer is no. Now they need 1 more round.
That kill coming in. Oh my god, K-Wing, that kill coming in from Infected in that last bit, just really recognizing that Infected on that Hammond would be the best person to touch the point, especially since when he recognized that the rest of his team were going down, he hid over, got some help over at the Mega in preparation of that. So great team focus coming in from the Avidity Ice's side, as they are just raining damage with this 6-man coming in, and Karma's on this Symmetra right now, K-Wing.
Yeah, it might just be for the teleport. It looks like it will be, and he switched right back to the Tracer. But we have the Torbjorn coming out on what could be the final map for the final round. Pardon me, for Triple B. That's daring. I'll give them that. There goes the Overload. First pick going to go the way of Triple B, and there it is already going the way of Triple B. Keeping it going, Light will find the baby diva, and eventually that will be Triple B taking the point.
Yeah, even though Kendrick on this tour is a little unorthodox, it makes sense for the team composition that they have going. They're really utilizing Affected and Light is at this as this duo to really get that Discord on them, have Infected hop on them, and then finishes them off potentially with that turret. The turret really provides that little bit of protection for Zenyatta to keep him safe. And so it really seems like they are getting this barrage of damage, and Karmez is not even able to get even get to light right now because of that turret.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the idea of Torbjorn making a little robo buddy for Zenyatta to keep him safe. As already the McCree rolling out Booty Blaster, it is really nice protecting that flank from the Tracer. You've had a terrifying amount of flankers coming in from Avidity Ice, and it looks like, speaking of Avidity Ice, on the back of Death Sword on the Zarya and a few others, they are going to be taking the point back from Triple B.
Oh, Avidity Eyes, what a beautiful rotation coming in, really recognizing that, you know, we can't just have Karmez go in alone and try to get light with that turret. So they ended up coming in from up top and really pincering the team as we saw the kills coming in favor with that target focus of Avidity Eyes. And now they're capping it 23% and counting. Infected! Oh, he gets the boop of OQD!
LQD is going to go down. Infected's going to find another onto Forks, and it looks like a really quick reversal here now going to Triple B, and Kendrick looking like he was looking for the hammer kill for a second. Not going to get that just yet, but we can dream.
I am hoping for it. I'm looking at you, Kendrick. Give us the hammer kill, please and thank you. But Avidity Ice has these ultimates, these win condition ultimates, that if Death Sword and Karmez is able to combine together, that could definitely spell out this quick retake for them. But Light is ready with that Transcendence, so I'm looking at Light right now.
That's pretty impressive on the pulse. It goes to High Noon. The Deadeye from Booty Blaster is going to mean a full reset for Avidity Ice, as now time ticks to final fight territory for Triple B.
Yeah, we definitely got some. We have to get some bodies for Avidity Eyes on the point right now, and it is quite unfortunate that they don't have that win con coming in. And get some bodies on the point, Avidity.
It's absolutely important to get those people on the point and make sure that happens. Otherwise, the anxiety I see when I see that overtime wick start to burn away. But it looks like just all the picks are heading for Triple B, and eventually it seems inevitable now that Triple B will take the point. And now each of these teams are going to come down to a final round, a final map, to see who's going to come away with the victory.
Oh man, K-Wing, this has been a series of ups and downs, and Avidity Eyes getting 3-0'd and then coming through, almost winning it, and oh man, just so much is riding right here. As it is with the series 2-2, we are 1-1. This is gonna be the deciding factor map coming through to see who will get the W coming through, and we are looking at a very much pure brawl coming through of the side of University right now. So we're gonna see which team has the better rush comp and better wall kill mechanics to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have a really good amount of the brawl is going to come in here, and it looks like Tiny Overwatch come in here, and just fighting in this little corridor, and May is going to wreak havoc. Forks is going to be the first one to fall. Saint X as well going to fall. Eventually, one will be returned from Triple B, but it might not be enough, as 2 picks from the McCree might be enough to turn this around, and Triple B are going to take the first point.
Yeah, they're definitely going to take the first point right now, which I'm not, Triple B really had a very good showcase throughout the whole series of this brawl rush composition that they execute very well. But Avidity Ice, they're the first ones to have that Blizz coming online here, so if they don't get eaten, this could be great. Oh, but nobody's in it, K-Wing!
No one is in the Blizzard. That's crucial. It does eliminate some space, but that's about it, and Triple B are free to wreak havoc on the rest of Avidity Ice. And that's just going to be a reset coming out from them, and it's disaster for Avidity Ice. It's incredible for Triple B.
Yeah, Triple B right now is already 50% of capping this point right now, and they have the ultimates to be able to really control this coming through. The one thing I'm looking for Avidity Ice, we've seen some big eats coming in from Death Sword. So if Death Sword is able to eat that Blizzard coming in, this could be a flip in the point for Avidity Ice.
It might be. Here comes the high noon from LQD, eventually going to go down to the D.Va, and there goes Forks as well. It's just been a pretty good roll so far. There's a boop from the D.Va from Death Sword, but it might not be enough. The self-destruct coming in. Here's the charge infected, just really swinging the hammer onto the May, going to eventually take them down. And now, final fight territory for Triple B, and Avidity hasn't even sniffed this point.
They have sniffed this point, but LQD and that stun coming through, and he is actually getting the picks that is needed right now in this very last-minute fight coming through.
Yeah, it's a last-minute fight. You need to get the touch and make sure that you don't.
Oh, the C9, the third got K-Wing. No.
I can't with this team. I know. Avidity. You can't do that. 3? What is that? 3 in the night?
3. I get 1 with the sister teams battling it, and then 2 this series. How unfortunate that how the tides turn is with Avidity getting C9'd and Triple B getting the W with that 3-2 win. Oh man, especially since LQD was getting the picks that they needed. But it was the bomb in the end, I believe, that really cleared the point and really spelled out the win coming in from the Triple Bs. So there's only so much you can do when you have a D.Va bomb in your face and you're trying to cap the point. So, great job coming in from Pickle Nut Nut to really secure that for the Triple Bs.
Definitely, and good jobs all around. I've joked about them. But Avidity are some very good teams. We've seen some incredible plays coming out from all of them. And, of course, we do have a lot of really cool news about donations, specifically about some donations we'd like to shout out. Mid-Blizzard, you may know Mid-Blizzard as the producer of the primary stream, giving $15, and then Avidity Esports, the parent organization of Avidity Fire and Avidity Ice, giving $100 to the cause, as well as signing up to play, which is so appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 100%. And we can't forget about our own caster Tangerine also donating $20. So thank you all. We can't thank you all enough. We love the charity that we are partnered with the Chicago Anti-Cruelty Society. And so just thank you all. Thank you so much for being able to donate a little bit. And even if you can't donate, there are just many ways for you to help out if you want to make a little bit of a difference. Definitely check out the link below on all the ways that you're able to help out, or if you have the means to be able to donate.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching and for donating and for participating. We hope that you'll watch the next match, which is going to be pretty interesting as well. But that is it for us. So until next time, we were we had a pretty exciting match here, 3-2. So I'm pretty excited to take a breather after that, because there's a big barn burner there. So.
Oh man, I know it was back and forth, and I'm actually going to continue the journey of the Triple Bs as we actually face off on the main stream A, against Avidity Fire this time. So we're going to see how that happens, and how the sister team of the Avidities will actually, if they're going to do just as well as, Avidity Ice did. And then also on the Stream B, the channel that we are on right now, don't fret, we got even more folks here to cast the games coming up. We got Juggle God and Amenities. So definitely stay tuned. And it was a pleasure casting with you, K-Wing. And we, of course, thank you all at home for watching. And hopefully y'all continue watching the journey of these teams. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, get things settled. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just witnessed an absolutely immaculate game. I mean, absolutely immaculate between Avidity Ice and Triple B. Triple B ending up pulling out the win there, pulling out all the stops when it mattered the most. But regardless, I am joined here today by none other than Tropic Theory, who you just saw on the broadcast. Tropic Theory, you got to see that match first hand, and it was an absolute banger. What do you have to say about it?
Oh my goodness. C9. That is unfortunately the story of how it ended. And not only was it a C9, it was a third C9. And so it was quite unfortunate for Avidity Ice, hoping that they really utilize that as a lesson learned, and payload's important, or control points are important, stay on the point. But we had a barn burner coming in from both teams, and Avidity Ice really trying to showcase coming back from that loss from their sister team, Avidity Fire. And speaking of Avidity Fire, Tangerine, that is who we are going to be seeing play right now against the Triple Bs, aka Beluga Bail Bonds. And so we're going to see if they're going to be as successful as their sister team, Avidity Ice, coming through.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, honestly. You know, we saw Avidity Ice fall 3-0 to Avidity Fire. Fire melts ice, expecting that one just a little bit, sadly. But Beluga's Bail Bonds really pulled out all of the stops to try and take that win over Avidity Ice.
Yeah.
We were talking, though, over this. We're not sure if this is necessarily Triple B's final form as of right now. Maybe they're reserving some things just a little bit, and we'll end up seeing a really good showing from them right now. Personally, I might be favoring Avidity Fire going into this, just seeing how they looked. They looked immaculate in their matchup against Avidity Ice. I mean, it was like in no competition whatsoever for them. But Triple B's got some stuff up their sleeves. I would not be surprised whatsoever if this went down to the wire.
I mean, we have Infected starting a pandemic with his Rhinehammer, and then we have Light that has a Death Note in his back pocket on that Zenyatta. And so if Avidity Fire recognizes and tries to, take those pieces out of the puzzle, and really also do what their sister team did well, which was really focus and take advantage of Triple B's lapses of just the mistakes being made by either being a little bit greedy with trying to get that pick, or just pushing up with that confidence. If they're able to take advantage of that, then we could definitely see the same success coming in from Avidity Fire. But like I said, Triple B has a ton of heroes right there ready to make plays.
Absolutely, and now we're going to be rolling out into Gardens here. It is going to be interesting. Avidity Fire was doing well at checking Avidity Ice's aggression in their match. I'm wondering if this is going to pan out to be the exact same thing. As we roll out here into Gardens, I would say nothing special, but it definitely looks like Triple B is rolling out with some odd stuff. It is just in spawn right now, but still seeing the ball Sigma is a little different, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. Especially since last time around, they actually opted for a Torbjorn to protect Light on that Zenyatta. So a little bit of a different place, and I like the 6-man that Avidity Fire has coming forward if they're able to move as a unit.
Yeah, right now the fight just breaking out around this Spire. Triple B actually making sure not to engage in that one. Avidity Fire? They're in the spawn of Triple B right now, going in for that soft dive, and that's going to get punished so incredibly hard by Pickle Nut. That was incredible response there coming out from Triple B, and a lot of over-aggression coming out from Avidity Fire.
Oh, as soon as Illegal Panda leaped forward for that, it really seemed like Triple B was welcoming him with open arms. And unfortunately, that led to death. And we are definitely seeing Triple B having all the damage coming through, where they already have that 7th player ready to play.
Yeah, no kidding. 7th man already on the field. It was in the single digits of percentage by the time Booty Blaster had that Bob and immediately threw it out onto the field. It's caught Avidity Fire a little bit off guard, but they've been able to disengage rather well here. They have this health pack in the middle also packed up, so it's a nice place for Avidity Fire to be able to catch their breath, retreat, not use a lot of cooldowns to heal up either, and that's especially important when you're running the Moira Lucio with the pulse bomb onto Illegal Panda. That's going to be so rough for this Avidity Fire squad, and you pretty much just have to back out right now.
Oh, Tangerine, right now, Triple B is doing a great job of really controlling the pace right now, as we're seeing that they're only using one ult each fight, and with those ultimates, they're able to get the value needed. You know, that pick onto Illegal Panda on that Winston, you cannot do anything with that dive without that second tank coming through, and we are already 55 and counting up. Booty Blaster already is closer to their bomb.
Booty Blaster's bombs are charging just about as quick as 2-for-1's Coalescences are charging at this rate. This is actually insane. The Valkyries popped here as well as the Coalescence from their both teams respectively. Infected is going to be falling first in this fight. Res up pretty much immediately after. That's going to be a nice boon there for Triple B, but as the slam comes down on so many members of Avidity Fire from the Flux coming out from Picklenut, it's going to put the nail in the coffin one last time, and hopefully Avidity Fire will be able to recontest again with this EMP.
One last time, Slay has that EMP coming through. Legal Panda has that Primal coming through, so we definitely have to put these ults in use, but we gotta get bodies on the point first if we're gonna be able to, and Ryan goes down! Nineheart.
Yeah, this is not a good start. Nineheart falling first within that fight. Booty Blaster fighting 2 picks! Booty Blaster is absolutely warmed up right now on this Ashe. Both of the supports taken out by headshots solely by the Ashe on the side of Beluga's Bail Bonds, and that's probably going to be all she wrote here. Kind of a desperation beat coming out from Nineheart to stall out the point just a little bit more. I'm pretty sure that was the only beat Nineheart was able to build up, but regardless, Beluga's Bail Bonds are going to go up 1-0 in a very convincing fashion on Oasis.
It almost seems like the Triple Bs were like, oh man, we had a 5-map fight last time. Let's go put on our try-hard pants and go forward, because Triple Bs did not give Avidity Fire any room to breathe at all. I mean, you said it first. Nineheart, first beat coming in, that just really showcases how Triple B was able to really have their target focus on those supports to really take away the value that, you know, your supports have in keeping the team alive. And so without that support help, it was really hard to continue each and every fight. And yeah, each and every fight, it was definitely difficult. So hopefully they're able to get a little bit more room under their feet this time and get some space made.
Yeah, don't want the rug to get swept out from under them yet again. Avidity Fire gonna have to play just a little bit cleaner here, but Slay's already knocked out. Is there anything that Booty Blaster can't do? I don't know how Slay even managed to fall there, but Booty Blaster's 30% up to Bob already. Not as quick as the last time Booty Blaster was able to get the Bob. However, Beluga's Bail Bonds are still putting on the pressure.
Still putting on the pressure and really just not allow, with the way they are pushing forward, they didn't even give Avidity Fire the option to get on the point, and there it is, Infected already getting slayed down.
Man, Slay is just not having a good time. Slay has fallen first in these fights immediately twice. 30% to that EMP. Such an incredibly low amount of ult charge. Infected's just going to spin around in the middle of the point, too, to make sure that Avidity Fire aren't able to contest really well. However, Infected kind of trolling here just a little bit has given an opening to Avidity Fire. I don't know what Infected is doing, simply just spinning around in this pagoda. Not really helping out the team, but it is a fun sight to see.
He was, you know, getting his inner pinata out. And you know, Avidity Fire was trying to get the candy. But you know, Avidity Fire got the candy in their ultimates coming up, as we're definitely seeing them really try to take control of this ult tempo. And oh, the pulse from Glitter!
Yeah, Booty Blaster is starting to bring this back though, and I'm a little bit scared here for Triple Bs. It's getting a little bit too close for comfort. The beat comes out there for Nineheart to try and wrap up this point, and it looks like it's going to be doing that for the majority of this, but Illegal Panda has to pop the Primal. 2-for-1 has to pop the Coalescence. Both support ultimates used, both tank ultimates used. Clicker's Pulse Bomb is down. All you have is Slay's EMP for this next push. Beluga's Bail Bonds, you're going to take that one.
What? They barely cap. I didn't even recognize that but Triple Bs were stalling that out so long that they've already created this last fight territory from the self. And Avidity Fire has a that is going to be a tough fight to push in because they definitely have to take advantage of this ult rotation coming through. Slay has to get a big EMP coming through. Nobody has to die, and thankfully nobody died to Pickle Nut Nut's bomb.
Yeah, thankfully, but Light ends up finding the pick as soon as you say that. So unfortunate. Clicker down now for this fight. The EMP comes through. It's a good pick, though, onto Kendrick. Traded out is the Tracers, and actually Clicker's going to be back in time now. Now, Avidity Fire just have to hold on and wait for their Tracer to get back, but that's not a great pick. Sneezy Dwarf gets picked off as Kendrick gets res. Now, Beluga's Bail Bonds up in the advantage right now. Avidity Fire have to use the Coalescence to keep everybody alive, and it looks like it's working out for them with offensive pressure as well. The stick comes through onto Infected. 37 HP is able to get out. Beluga's Bail Bonds are just absolutely finding these picks out of nowhere, though. People on point for them. Avidity Fire are stalling out this point rather well, and with the beat, they're going to be able to stall it out just a little bit more. Now, Beluga's Bail Bonds are probably going to have to respect this. However, they are going to be initiating for the fight, and this is just not over yet, Tropic.
Oh man, not over at all as Cleargrid continues to keep this in favor of Avidity Fire right now, and the Bastion! Tangerine the Bastion comes out for Kendrick!
I don't know what is going on right now. I did not expect the Bastion to be coming out from Beluga's Bail Bonds in this exact moment in time, but it's catching Avidity Fire a little bit off guard. They fell just a little bit there, and now with Picklemet finding the pick onto Illegal Panda, Avidity Fire are probably going to have to back it up a bit. They're able to get to about 99% though, but they can't keep giving this ult charge over to Beluga's Bail Bonds. They have an extra fight here.
They definitely have an extra fight right now, and Kendrick, he's definitely getting I think his presence is just scary, and he's getting the value needed from Bastion right now, and thankfully, we are in last fight territory here. Will Avidity Fire be able to utilize, if Clicker is able to get another pulse bomb, that can definitely be what they need right now to take it back.
Yeah, absolutely. No Valkyrie on the side for Triple B, which is really unfortunate. You really would have liked to have that coming into this next fight, but Slay is going to end up falling first. That was the EMP. It's completely out of the way. That was the win condition for Avidity Fire thrown out the window. The rest comes through, but the one clip from Clicker is going to seal the deal on that. That was a little bit overzealous coming out there from Elf Lord, and now Beluga's Bail Bonds are starting to find picks within this fight despite not having the Mercy. 2-for-1 dies with the Coalescence too. Tropic, why did all of Avidity Fire's members just die with their ultimates? What just happened?
They thought that they had enough time to be able to stall it out and utilize these ultimates as they needed to, but Triple B's did not give them any breathing room to do that at all. The target focus was so just on fire that there was absolutely nothing that they could do, and I can only imagine whomever tracks those ultimates just calling out that Sombra needs to go down. They have that EMP, and that's exactly what they did. And so, great fight coming in from Triple B's. Really, really starting off very well and very strong for the first map.
Yeah, they look absolutely fearless right now, and I have to say, Slay is having a really, really rough time on the Sombra, and honestly, I'm not even sure if it's Slay's fault most of the time. I feel like, just absolute dominance is being shown in this DPS lineup right now, coming out from Beluga's Bail Bonds. It is ridiculous. Ridiculous what they are able to get done with those DPS heroes. Looking so crisp and clean the entire time, taking out Slay first. Almost 100% of the time in that last map, it seemed like barely able to get EMP. I think got 3 or 4?
Yeah.
It was 99.99. I feel like you would have enjoyed to get a little bit more value out of that Sombra, but Avidity Fire just kept getting zoned out. An incredible amount of pressure coming out there from Triple B's.
No, honestly, and I was really surprised that there really wasn't any changes coming in from Avidity Fire. The Triple B's really had that point really squared away with this kill box coming in from Ashe staying behind and getting those headshots. We had many bobs being built so frequently, and I have to say it was definitely going to help with Infected coming in and making so much space for the team. And we can't forget about Pinata Infected.
absolutely cannot forget about Pinata. I'm sorry, Pinata infected as we roll out here on the King's Row. King's Row is going to be a very, very interesting one, especially since Beluga's bail bonds were able to take this map, I believe, up against Avidity Ice, where they started to mount their comeback. And it seems like Triple B's is proving to be a little bit hurtful to this Avidity organization as a whole, it seems. So it's looking a little bit dire for Avidity Fire right now. I want to see some adaptation start to come through, and this is definitely adaptation if I've ever seen it. However, I'm not sure in the right way.
You know, it's really interesting because it seems like every time I have had the pleasure of seeing Triple B play on this map, it's a little different, but just kidding. Now we are seeing the original Triple B brawl I saw coming and Tangerine. Let me tell you, Booty Blaster is the person to look for right now. Avidity Fire, on the Avidity Fire side, my heart is afraid for 2-for-1 because of how deadly Booty Blaster is on this Doomfist. So I'm definitely looking for the Avidity Fire to really peel for Zenyatta, or that definitely could be potentially the first one who goes down.
Yeah, my heart rate started to rise a little bit when I saw Booty Blaster lock in onto the Doomfist. This is definitely going to be not going to be one for the faint of heart right now, as Beluga's bail bonds start this initiation with the die. Booty Blaster gets a lot of damage done to him, though. In turn, doing a good amount of damage themselves, though. Beluga's bail bonds managed to find 2 picks. Booty Blaster being a mere distraction, it seems, for Avidity Fire. The res will end up coming out, but it's going to cost 9 heart their life. That's so unfortunate. 2-for-1 being the only source of healing right now for Avidity Fire. Avidity Fire don't have a choice right now but to just try and frag out and win the game. All you have basically is that Discord and Harmony Orb, and just like that, Triple B's are going to cap first point with relative ease.
Oh man, yeah, Triple B's really utilizing Booty Blaster as, like you said, that distraction from above, really putting them in that room as the rest of the team is just able to rain fire from all angles. And Tangerine,
Ooh.
A Bastion? Are we seeing a Bastion coming through? A pirate ship coming through for the Triple B's? It really seems like Kendrick loves the Bastion, is really trying to make it work. So we'll see if they're going to.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This is not the first time that Kendrick's pulled out the Bastion, not just in this series, but also, and like I think 2 games ago, Kendrick also ended up pulling out the Bastion on King's Row. So this is kind of crazy right now. This is like a strat, actually, that comes out from Triple B's. And Avidity Fire, they're just toying with our food right now. Infected, you can't go for that 360 pin. What are you doing? It's gonna end up costing Elflord their life, and right now, Triple B's just waiting on the back foot for the rest of their squad to get back. Actually, no, they're instead going to be cranking up the pressure even more. They're cranking it up to 11 despite the fact that the Lucio is not in the fight. Clicker manages to find the pick. Ultimate comes out from Booty Blaster. Ultimately doesn't net anything, but the shield is now down for Illegal Panda. So Avidity Fire can't really gain any more ground here before the shield goes up. However, since there is a player down, they are going to start pushing up here well as the Lucio starts to get back. 9 heart initiating in the speed boost and finding all the value.
Oh man, so surprised. I'm expecting Kendrick right now to switch, but he is absolutely not going to switch coming through. But I mean, we saw that Beluga Bail Bonds got a little bit too confident, a little bit too greedy, pushing it up, and Avidity Fire really taking advantage of that and really reining in the point back in their favor right now and burning some time down, Tangerine.
Yeah, and you can actually see this Genji is an interesting pick, but it's striking fear into the heart of Illegal Panda. Was really scared to go for a fire strike just so it didn't get deflected right back at them. Clicker manages to find the pick though, and actually these DPS from the side of Avidity Fire are making all the difference right now. You're starting to wonder here, Tropic, is this really the DPS comp you want to be running if you're Triple B's? And even Kendrick says no. Kendrick swaps off of the Bastion, the initiator of this chaos himself.
Yeah, we're going to go with the Shibata brothers to keep this going, as Avidity Fire really has gotten this defense under them right now and is really denying this payload of moving any further. And they are looking great right now because they have these ultimates that they're able to continue utilizing. They can take control of this point right now. So Triple B's, I'm looking to see them get a pig, get something, and they potentially might be doing a dry fight. Oh, just kidding. The window comes out.
Yeah, window comes out as soon as you say it, and all these happens right when the caster says it. But window comes out, beats traded out as well. Bombs also seemingly traded out here, not traded out from Pickle Nut. However, Sneezy Dwarf will end up throwing out theirs, trying to see what they can get. Kendrick finding the pick on the golden. It is now the initiation here from Triple B's off of the back of that pick. Sneezy Dwarf finding so much damage, taking it right to the face and getting demeched. Deflect coming up from Booty Blaster right up to the window, fires the damage right back into the squad of Avidity Fire, and Beluga's bail bonds are just so unrelenting.
Absolutely unrelenting, as they are just pushing those Q buttons and really just getting this point right now. They have 20 minutes on the clock and counting down, but here we are on this third point where Avidity Fire has that spawn advantage and really able to stall this point out as it gets closer and closer to that third point here. But you know, they have no ultimates coming in, so they're definitely doing their best to try to just build that up.
Oh yeah, trying their best. Clicker manages to find Pickle Nut before Pickle Nut could even get back into the mech, which is really unfortunate. Avidity Fire are managing to make this fight work somehow, basically just off of the back of DPS heroics, if I'm being completely honest. Triple B will end up initiating in here the window to see if they can try and clean anything else up, but Avidity Fire just gonna back up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely backing up a little bit. They're definitely they're probably really putting as much resources into Affected to get that shatter to be able to push on there. So I'm looking to Illegal Panda. Are you going to be able to block it?
Oh, the counter pin comes out and the wall comes back up. Infected getting a little bit too big for his bridges there as Clicker ends up knocking his block off. Avidity Fire finding the picks that they need right now in this fight. It was a great wall that ended up coming out there from Golden, actually realizing the mistake that Infected had made. Almost does it again, but Deja Vu does not end up happening, and for some reason Triple B's are still trying to push into this point. If the shatter is huge though. I don't think it's gonna get anything, but it's definitely there. This is a little bit overzealous, I think, coming out here from Triple B's, if I'm being honest, Tropic.
I agree. I don't think that they're really recognizing that, you know, Avidity Fire does play at a high level. Oh, Kendrick! Just kidding! No? They're pushing this.
Yeah, that was a mod check on the shield moment right there for Illegal Panda. That's a little bit unfortunate. And Booty Blaster is finding value on this Genji, which is not a sentence I thought that I would be saying in 2021. This is absolutely ridiculous. Triple B's just ended up actually pulling that out. I really don't know what ended up happening. I think Avidity Fire were just kind of like, oh, they're trolling a little bit, aren't they? Yeah, they're trolling a little bit. We can kind of peek here, right? They're just having fun. No,
It really seemed like they did exactly that. They lightened the pressure just a little bit because they saw how the Triple B's were, you know, starting with Infected on that shatter. Though big, there was no respect paid to 2-for-1 on that Immortality field. And so we're definitely seeing a little bit of Triple B's recognizing when Avidity Fire is letting up down their guard and coming back from the same way from Avidity Fire. So Avidity Fire really has to play at their A game because Triple B's, we've seen them consistently throughout each of the series that they are truly a hero team that can definitely, each of them can carry the load on their back. And so definitely have to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking a little bit weird. I know, I'm not gonna lie to you, Tropic. Beluga's bail bonds are starting to pull out a new term that I think I'm gonna have to coin as tactical feeding. Managing to make it seem as if they are feeding in a fight, and then they do in fact know what they're doing when you least expect it, and will end up taking the map from you. That's kind of the trend that I'm seeing going on here right now.
Oh, definitely. And we're seeing this rush variation with the Soldier coming through from the Booty Blaster. So I'm a little curious, you know, he got a lot of value on the Doomfist, and I'm curious why he's choosing to go the Soldier route.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, Booty Blaster made the Genji work. Why not make the Soldier work? I mean,
That's
it didn't
true.
end up working for Shanghai Dragons very well, but I mean, we can see exactly what ends up happening here. And Kendrick is actually getting way more ult charge right now than Booty Blaster, so you can see pretty much how much value this Soldier is getting. It's just really hard to try and shoot through all of the shielding and defense matrix that Avidity Fire have. And it seems like Beluga Bail Bonds are going to be taking an awful lot of damage here. 2-for-1 managing to get this window first. Locks it down on point. Kendrick trying to find something on this Hanzo. That was a little bit overzealous there from Nineheart. I'm not sure if you can necessarily just go up there and duel Kendrick like that.
Yeah.
That was just a little bit overzealous, and I would have enjoyed to see the Lucio maybe leading the charge more with like a speed boost or something, rather than trying to 1v1 the Hanzo.
No, I completely agree. Or maybe getting that help from Sneezydorf as well. Because, again, Overwatch is that game of paying respect where respect is due, and we definitely have to respect Kendrick because they are not one to just miss their shots.
Yeah, definitely not for what we've seen so far. And now Kendrick actually has this dragon to be able to use in this next fight. Has to be wary, though, of Sneezy Dwarf on this D.Va. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Oh, this is huge. That is actually huge. What? No, ended up peeking his head for a second. Didn't see amongst the bodies of Avidity Fire that the Deadeye was, in fact, still going on. Great response coming out there from Avidity Fire, punishing the mistake that comes out there from Triple B's. Beat comes out here from Elephant Lord. 12k manages to get a good amount of value, but Infected is still gonna fall, and the health bars are so low from Triple B's. It's a good initiation from Avidity Fire, having to use a few ultimates to get the point, but ultimately, as long as you cap it, you're looking pretty good right now.
No, 100%. And, they're definitely capping with some time in the time bank as well, so we're looking at a pretty decent time bank with 4 minutes on the clock, and also these ultimates coming into play. Looking like Triple B recognized that is not the team composition that they should go with. And but Champion, they're starting off nasty with that bomb coming in from Pickle Nut Nut.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that was pretty nasty. Pickle Nut Nut has been managing to find actually some decent value with these bombs, which has been very impressive throughout this series. And now Avidity Fire are actually going to be able to have a decent amount of a push here with the ults that they have. And the push is initiated immediately because it seems like Triple B is actually in fact staying inside of their spawns.
Oh my gosh.
Like they're managing to win the fight, though. Light just uses the window from up on the statue. The fight's actually happening in this little hotel building right now. Lots of chaos, but Infected is managing to pull through.
Wow, Infected is once again playing the spawn door challenge as the team is not giving Avidity Fire any room to breathe right now. Typically we talk about that choke being so difficult, but Avidity Fire's just having Oh my God! A 4-3
Whoa.
Wow!
I actually looked down for like half a second and I missed that entirely, and I feel so awful, but that is actually just ridiculous. How in the name of God did Pickle Nut just end up getting that? How do you just get a triple remake kill like that? Camping there with the baby D.Va? That is ridiculous. I don't even think that there was no way Avidity Fire were expecting that. And in fact, they're actually just going to start rotating all the way around. They don't want to deal with that again.
Oh, they are, which I really like that they are doing that because they have these ultimates ready to use. So if they're able to flip the point and get a pick, that is exactly what they need.
Yeah, and Kendrick's actually in the back, though. This could be good for Beluga Bail Bonds, because the Dragon's set up right in the back. This pinch is perfectly well-timed here from Kendrick. The DPS, actually, the Deadeye gets deflected right back, returned to sender onto Clicker. Avidity Fire are managing to find picks in this fight, but Kendrick still hasn't been dealt with in the back here, and Pickle Nut is managing to find the picks as well. This is crazy that Beluga Bail Bonds are actually able to extend the fight for as long as it's been able to be extended out for. However, Avidity Fire are going to be able to stabilize here.
Able to stabilize because the Triple B's were really split, but Kendrick getting Clicker, which
Wow.
Actually
Actually left speechless.
If you all can see our faces.
Oh my lord. I am in shock and awe right now, Tropic. I don't know how Kendrick is able to get the value that Kendrick is getting right now on this Hanzo, but Kendrick still has that Dragon Strike. Kendrick is not committed in the Dragon Strike. In fact, since his last fight, will be committing the Dragon Strike in right now to split the team in half. And no, Affinity Fire makes a last-minute decision to start backing up, and they take so much damage from that Dragon Strike. That was a weird call coming out from them. Instead of pushing forward, they end up backing up into the Dragon even more. That's so unfortunate. Booty Blaster pulling out the blade here as well. This is looking really dire right now for Avidity Fire. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh man, yeah, you know, the Beluga bail bonds right now are really recognizing how 2-for-1 is getting these immortality fills to left and right, and Kendrick really focusing that, and the team pushing forward on pressing that W key on that attempt to kite back for Avidity Fire. Beautiful plays coming in from the Triple Bs, and once again, Tangerine, they're not even letting them breathe.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit rough. I mean, Illegal Panda's able to find a fight onto Infected, so maybe just a little bit overzealous there from Beluga's bail bonds. Clicker managing to do exactly what his name says. Click, and click heads at that. Finding some absolute incredible value here on this McCree. Beluga's bail bonds are going to be forced back after getting just a little bit too overzealous.
Yeah, and it looks like they... Oh, yes, they are! Triple Bs are right there and ready to take this on right now. But the wall! And then,
Oh, wait, that was so good from Golden. That was textbook, honestly. Yeah, that was gorgeous. Not much else to break down here within that fight. And, oh, whoa! I feel like I'm barely even just, like, doing it. What is going on right now, Tropic? I can't even say my sentence before Clicker does something cool again.
Oh, Fire is just, they have the pressure and they are thriving and living on the pressure as the DPS line, Clicker and Golden, are doing exactly what their name's saying, clicking and getting these golden moments. It is absolutely beautiful. That Tangerine, last fight territory, Triple Bs have 3 ultimates that are win conditioning ults. Can they keep it alive? Because
yeah, we'll see if they can, honestly. A window initiating here from Avidity Fire. Going to be met with the Deadeye as well. Clicker holding that one on for until the last second. Manages to get the D-Mech? That's so unfortunate. Pickle Nut's going to be wanting that mech back so fast. And Booty Blaster ends up falling. The blade's not going to be able to be... Oh! It's the nail in the hammer, or should I say the hammer on the 3 nails on our Beluga's bail bonds players. What an absolutely crazy shadow that just came out there from Illegal Panda. The hammer goes right through the face of Booty Blaster as well with the blade, which is going to end up netting no value.
oh, Illegal's Panda with that shadow, just a chef's kiss for Avidity Fire's last fight, or last point performance coming through. Just great plays and great clutch moments coming in from Avidity Fire, and I think that what really helped them is Golden changing onto that Doomfist, because we saw how Kendrick's mobility on the Hanzo really taking advantage of that high ground was really... they were just getting so much value. So with that change of Golden on that Doomfist, it really started denying that high ground from them. And we definitely saw it go into the reverse direction, where Clicker was able to really get more space and more value on that McCree with, you know, Hanzo being down. And just great play overall coming in from both teams. And it's really interesting coming in. We're definitely seeing the difference in the Brawl Rush compositions, and we'll see if Golden continues having the success on the Doomfist, because this first point of King's Row can definitely be a bit tough if you don't immediately get that pick that you needed to, because there's not many angles coming through for Doomfist. And as I say that, he also recognizes that, and we're going to see a match-for-match team composition coming from both teams.
Yeah, this is interesting. Ultimately, just resolving in a mirror here, which is not exactly what I was expecting to come out from Avidity Fire. I mean, it seems like both of these teams are very, very evenly matched, to be fair. I don't think that either of them maybe have, like, an incredibly set style that they... maybe they have a style that they prefer to be playing, but if there is a preferred style, it seems like it hasn't been showing as of right now. But Golden... finding the first pick onto Kendrick, and Golden's playstyle is literally just to click heads until something ends up falling, apparently. And that something ended up to be Beluga Bail Bonds players, as Avidity Fire are wrapping around this squad, and it looks like they're the defenders right now. Illegal Panda's gonna manage to fall, though, which is really unfortunate. You want your Reinhardt to be the spearhead for this fight, and with only one fight left, this is looking so bad now for Avidity Fire. You see how much losing that main tank could just absolutely demolish your team.
Oh, 100%. And it really seems like Illegal Panda is trying to keep the dream alive, but it's going to be really hard when Infected has his hammer right there, doing infected things.
Yeah, swinging away. Just swinging away like Infected does.
Infected has so many, different things. He has the hammer, the pinata. Just what will you bring to us next time, Infected? And
I have to say, there is some absolute Chad energy that is being exuded right now from Infected. It is just crazy. Like, can you actually imagine being a pinata and going for a 360 shatter in the same game? And you're not going to go 1-1 in this series for sure. That's for sure. Because this is at least going to end in a draw. At the very most, a win for Triple Bs. So, with the 360 shatters and the hanging around like a pinata, it's doing Triple Bs well right now. I wouldn't be expecting them to go up 2-0 in the series with the antics that they're pulling, especially against Avidity Fire, but they are absolutely dominating right now.
The fact that Infected is getting value from these plays as well is absolutely ridiculous. In any sort of Ryan or Ball handbook, to do that would be to throw, and Infected is doing the absolutely opposite of that. And I like the fact that we are going to be seeing Booty Blaster on this Genji once again. We saw how much value he was getting, so I love the unorthodoxness into this comp.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it really counters 2-for-1 with those windows. So this could actually be really good for some early engagement. And as I say, that early engagement indeed is what happens. Golden ends up falling a little bit too big for his bridges there. Kendrick finding the headshot as well, just getting some flashy plays in. And I think that Triple Bs have come to play today, Tropic. This is looking like a scary squad.
Yeah, they are here. They are ready to. I'm sure that they've had a long day. I have had the pleasure of casting their games from the first one to their third one right now, and it really seems like they are. They put their try-hard pants on and they're ready to end their night. As we see Kendrick once again breaking the casters with these just absolutely dirty headshots. Why? I tried to do that, but I always tell people that, my heart's there, but my shots aren't. So Kendrick, just beautiful, just quite beautiful Hanzo play.
Yeah, genuinely. It was incredibly impressive Hanzo play that just came out there from Beluga's Bail Bonds. And just in general, they just seem like such an absolute well-oiled machine right now. To be fair, Avidity Fire is making some mistakes here and there that I haven't necessarily seen from them. It does feel a little bit uncharacteristic at times, just seeing how well they were able to roll through Avidity Ice, their sister team that's supposed to be relatively close to them, just rolled them completely. And now the shoe is completely on the other foot. And this is looking like a completely different team.
Exactly. I mean, Triple Bs are coming in with this teamwork composition. In the past games, I was mentioning how we're seeing a lot of hero plays coming in, but from the flip side, the Avidity Ice team, we had a lot of consistency plays come in because they were working as a team and taking advantage of those lull moments coming in from the Triple Bs. But this time around, Triple Bs don't just have that hero play mentality where we are seeing Kendricks and Booty Blasters and Infected be the heroes and having those clutch moments. We're also seeing this teamwork coming into play where we are just having the tank line make so much room and get so much value, where the DPS can do what they do best and click those heads and just consistently keep the control of the momentum in the Triple B's territory.
Yeah, and I think a key word that you said in that was consistently. And that just seems to be right now what Beluga's bail bonds are just doing a little bit better than Avidity Fire, if I'm being completely honest. The consistency's there. And it's showing so much right now. You can even see it on the scoreboard. Avidity Fire were managing to put up a fight, but they just could never manage to crack through it. Even when Beluga bail bonds were just kind of trolling a little bit, still, it's just not managing to find the weakness right now within this team. And honestly, it's hard to find it. I'm not seeing an incredible amount of weaknesses come out from this team, despite the fact that they like to troll just a little bit. So maybe if Avidity Fire start to get on the same page a bit more, start to really realize those moments where Triple B is being a little bit overzealous and then punish them for it, they're able to do that. I think Avidity Fire have a chance. But then there's also the case of maybe Triple B's will just stop doing those moments completely, because they can. I feel like it is a choice at this point.
No, definitely. And I also think that the Triple B's kind of having fun moments, such as, Pickle Nuts, crazy, deep, like, remake kills that came in. I gotta say that they're playing a little bit of a mental game coming through. Having those moments of just over-aggression and having that over-aggression work can be extremely frustrated. I mean, we have all been in those comp games where you have that one person and you're just like, oh, it's a Smurf and X, Y, and Z, and they're just completely that aggression is working and you're just like, what could we do? And so I'm hoping that Avidity Fire doesn't go into this next map frustrated and they say, you know what, not our map, let's do the payload map, which is going to be Havana actually. So I'm excited to see these snipers coming in. We saw a little bit of a tease with both of our Hanzos, so give us some Widow action.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, actually. It did seem as if it would be nice to see Avidity Fire actually roll out on a double sniper, like you were saying, because it did seem like they struggled a lot against Avidity Ice when that double sniper comp was out. That was on Havana. Granted, our next map will end up being Rialto here.
Oh,
actually.
my bad.
Wonderfully well timed there from production. Oh, don't worry, we got the note that it was Havana. It did get switched up on us. Got to keep us on our toes every now and then. So the next map will indeed be Rialto. Double sniper could still end up coming out here, especially on second point. There's an ample amount of sight lines to be had on this point, and it seems like Triple B struggled against Avidity Ice with this in the past. So I don't know. We could be seeing the start to a reverse sweep here, potentially from Avidity Fire if they could start to get it together. Especially since they're not doing as well as their sister team that they 3-0'd earlier in the day.
Yeah. Oh man, that's exactly right. I'm wondering if maybe Avidity Fire saw the map previously and saw this double bubble composition with Echo in the Sky and Mercy pocketing that Avidity Ice ran with. If they're going to potentially opt to do that same thing. Coming around, the Beluga Bail Bonds decided to have this double shield variation with Ashe. I believe Ashe and Doomfist. I believe could totally be wrong, but so I'm curious if we're going to see the same thing, because this is already Triple B's third time or second time playing this map. So they're warmed up on it. They have seen different variations where they had a little bit of struggle, but we're also seeing a completely different team coming in for this last series of today, where they are just coming in strong. They're coming in consistent, and they are really playing as a team and popping, each of them just popping off in these clutch moments.
Yeah, truly. I mean, honestly, they look absolutely incredible right now. Beluga's bail bonds are going to be they're riding the high right now too of the momentum. The momentum is shifting not only in their favor from this last match that they just played, but also now from the match that they're playing right now. So they basically have like a series and a half of momentum built up towards them right now. Trying to stop that massive boulder from continuing to slide down this incredibly steep mountain is going to be difficult for Avidity Fire. So I'm glad that they chose something a little bit different here. Something that maybe Beluga Bail Bonds have been playing today, but has been proven to be sort of their Achilles heel so far, at least throughout the duration of this tournament.
Yeah, certainly. I am curious if, Triple B will continue to play the composition that they had going, or if this time around they're going to really recognize that that maybe it didn't work out so well last time around, and maybe we're going to switch things up. But I am curious how we're going to do. But before we even get into the map, speaking of halfway, I just want to thank you all for really supporting the Anti-Cruelty Society of Chicago with your donations. We are already almost halfway through to our goal of $500. So we can't thank you all from the bottom of our hearts that you're so willing and helping to this wonderful, amazing charity that, that LANfest is partnering up with.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see, Tropic. It has been amazing getting to see the support come out from everybody. A lot of names that you might have heard of have donated already, including maybe or maybe not the two people up here. But most notably, especially that $100 donation that came in there from Tyler Walton. Thank you so much for the donation. That is absolutely amazing. If you yourself want to donate, you can. It's so easy. All you have to do, just type !donate in the chat right now. A link's gonna pop up. Go ahead, send your money over there. Give a little bit to charity today. It's a good day to give to charity, as it seems, and a good tournament to do so, as well as we load up here onto Rialto, which could potentially be our last map of the day.
Oh, yes. Potentially the last map of the day, and it really seems like... actually, it looks like we have the teams flipped. The left side, there it is. Avidity Fire is actually going to be playing the same composition that their sister team, Avidity Ice, played, which they had a lot of success coming in. So we'll see if Triple B will be able to keep it contained, but we do have Kendrick on that Widow to keep the pressure from the sky from Golden.
Yeah, I wonder if Avidity Ice and Avidity Fire are just like taking strats at this point from one another. It's a good way to do it, though. If it worked once, maybe it'll work again. And as of right now, Beluga Bail Bonds are just kind of... They're doing some weird stuff. The Brig was on the flank there for a little bit. Nineheart manages to find the whip shot kill on the Pickle Nut as well at the beginning of that fight, which I don't think should have happened this early. I'm really not sure where that Sigma was, but Pickle Nut will end up switching almost immediately, so... all is somewhat forgiven. Some more picks are coming through, though, for DPS on the side of both teams.
And it looks like that Brig is going to be punished right now from Infected going on that flank. And oh my god, what are you doing over there, Light?
Where are the Brigs right now? Can I get a mod check on the Brigs that are on both of these teams right now? They are just out in no man's land, absolutely finding value, though, it seems. Light managing to get a pick off on this Brig. Not the kind of pick I would be expecting, especially being on that long of a flank.
No, certainly. But you know what? They have been just rolling this payload to this point right now where they're just now finally meeting, and trades are coming off on both sides, Tangerine.
Yeah, the trades are definitely coming out. It's very even right now, actually, but they have that. They don't have that high charge Zarya on point anymore. Now the nano boost has to be invested in order to make up for that damage deficit. It's Illegal Panda with this nano boost right now, but it doesn't seem like anybody's really approaching him besides Infected. Kendrick will manage to find a pick, though, which is going to be really nice here for Triple Bs. Triple Bs, we're looking a little bit lost within this fight, but might still be able to make this attack work. The Graviton Surge does end up coming out as Sneezy Dwarf enters the fight yet again. No charge, but still managing to get a pick off. The blade pops out right now, getting one in the back, getting another in the back. Three right now for Booty Blaster with that blade slicing and dicing through Avidity Fire.
Oh man, right now 2 for 1. does go down, and I have to say that 2-for-1 is bringing the biggest value to the Avidity Fire team. That anti really contains the Triple B's aggression and that, Infected and Pickled Nut want to push forward with, but when they're purpled, Avidity Fire's doing a great job at punishing that, as we saw that stall come out because of that massive anti coming in from 2-for-1. But Payload is continuing to push, and they still do have a comfy time bank with 3:45 on the clock.
Yeah, and as of right now, it just doesn't seem like there are slow moments within this match. And as I say that, light falls immediately. Unfortunate for the Brig of Triple B's, but it's really nice if you're an Avidity Fire fan. They're going to try and retake this point, and it's a good chokehold to do it at. Triple B's realizes this, they invest in the beat as to try and not get held at this choke point, but Avidity Fire are not backing down, investing the copy into this fight to try and retake it. They really want to be able to hold it here at this archway, and who doesn't? It's such a good power position. The grab comes out there in the back though from Pickle Nut, not able to find a pick off of it, and Avidity Fire are managing to make it work. They had to use a couple of ultimates to be able to do it, but ultimately Triple B's ended up having to use a lot more and did nothing.
Yeah, honestly, and right now all they really have left is the blade coming in, but it's going to be a naked blade since Elephant Lord already utilized that nano coming through, whereas Avidity Fire has these ultimates, and they have just been taking control with the balance of when they're using their ultimates. I'm expecting a grab coming through to keep this momentum in their favor.
Oh, yeah, and it was an ambitious pulse bomb coming out there from Clicker. Almost managed to get the break, but actually just ended up giving more charge to Pickle Nut. Grab is going to come through here from Sneezy Dwarf. Going to start off this fight immediately. Actually, 3 ultimates pop simultaneously there from Avidity Fire. I'm unsure if that's exactly what they meant to do, but honestly, it's not going to hurt them too much. 2-for-1 will likely be getting this nano back, and Beluga Bail Bonds only have that primal.
Oh man, the one thing that Avidity Fire did though is Sneezy Door grabbed Booty Blaster's Dragon Blade, so that was a completely null to be able to push that. I'm sure that Beluga Bail Bonds were going to utilize that as that green light, and goes down as well, Tangerine!
Yeah, Golden finding that pick is huge. Kendrick not being in this fight is massive for Avidity Fire, and they have such a good choke point to be able to hold from right now. Avidity Fire just has to make sure that they don't make any mistakes right now. Nineheart is a making one, though. That's a little bit unfortunate, just trying to get out of there and doesn't manage to do so. Grab now coming out from Pickle Nut is under a lot of fire, but manages to find 2 picks from the grab. And it was well done for Triple B's to realize their win condition and work their way back into that fight.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like we are completely changing up our comp, really matching pretty much the double bubble coming in from the Avidity Fire side. But oh my god! Infected finally getting punished for playing the Spawn Door Challenge.
Oh, that was unbelievable from Infected. Does not care right now. The chat energy is just so strong right now, Tropic. It is oozing from Infected.
And it's working. That is the most ridiculous part right now. But Triple B's are looking great to continue their fight forward. They have that Nano Blade coming through, and Avidity Fire does not have that rally, so this is the perfect time to push that W and really keep control of this pace.
Yeah, Legal Panda doesn't have that bubble, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. As soon as the Legal Panda ends up jumping, the Nano Blade comes out to the back, finds 3, both supports, and a really big source of damage gone immediately for Avidity Fire. Illegal Panda is going to be able to even up the score a little bit, finding a pick on the Elephant Lord, but it's really bad right now for Avidity Fire.
Oh man, yeah, right now, the Triple B's has this momentum. They have the ultimates getting ready for this last fight, gearing up. I'm looking at Clicker right now. Clicker needs to get a pulse bomb to keep this alive for Avidity Fire.
Yeah, Legal Panda just trying to stall out the point right now with this Wrecking Ball spinning to win right now, but Beluga's Bail Bonds are to make sure that no more of that nonsense happens. Grab comes out onto Illegal Panda, cleaning up the rest of the fight. Golden tries to re-enter in on the Bastion. Not going to pull any antics today, though. You are definitely no Kendrick as you roll out here on the spawn door, as it seems. And Avidity Fire are going to be ran over on this defense.
Oh man, yeah, it really seems like Avidity Fire was doing really well in the early matches because the Triple B's really had this this different composition that really wasn't as valuable as a team composition that Avidity Fire had going. Once we saw that match for match, besides the Genji and the Tracer being the only difference, we really saw the value being made from the Triple Bs coming through as they just continued to take advantage and getting the kills to stagger and really not allow Avidity Fire to ever get a full regroup to utilize their ult as they needed to. In the end, we saw Triple Bs just push that payload nonchalantly to the end there, even bypassing the spawn advantage that Avidity Fire has on that third point.
Yeah, and this is a little bit unfortunate for Avidity Fire because we've seen a very similar thing happen before on the first map. Avidity Fire kind of got shut out of being able to use a lot of their ultimates before they were set up in a prime space to use them. So Avidity Fire just never used them.
Oh.
And lightning has struck twice. And Infected is on a boat ride.
You know what?
He
did this the second time. This is the second time, Tangerine, that Infected has done this. He just likes, maybe he likes the boat. I'm not sure. The presence, maybe? The Avidity Fire looks confused.
I would be confused. What is this right now? They don't even... No, that's so unfortunate from Nightheart. This is a clown fiesta right now, Tropic. I am at the circus. This is... What is he doing?
He was a piñata and now he's a statue.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That was a chronicle. That was absolutely amazing coming out there. I mean, Infected's just trolling right now. And Beluga bailed. I don't even have to like cast a fight, honestly. You saw it. That was something that just kind of happened, and we're gonna just acknowledge that.
In this series, we have seen many masks coming in from Infected. And he also is a statue that just intimidates and confuses.
Oh my lord, what an absolute weird strategy coming out there from Triple B's as the Nano is invested here from Illegal Panda into the backline, manages to get burned down. Kendrick's now on the Symmetra, they're TPing over into the backline, manages to find Clicker. Clicker found a pick onto Infected, but I mean, Infected falling in fights is nothing new here for Triple B's as they manage to hold this defense.
It's quite unfortunate because you would think that once you have that main tank go down, that is the green light coming in from the Avidity Fire side. But I almost think that the confusion just created such a messy fight that they weren't able to get the value that they needed. And there it is, the grab.
He's back! He's just... They're gonna go past him. He can't even do anything. I don't know what this... Oh, they have a... Kendrick just... Okay.
Are we...
There's a lot to dissect that's going on right now, but just know Avidity Fire are managing to get this point off of the back of some very wild things that are happening from Triple B's. It looks like a TP got set up so that Infected could get out, and then Kendrick ended up accidentally falling off of the map. That happened.
It's quite... And they're still going to be able to stall this out coming in from Infected right now.
They're gonna blade it too! Wait, this is like actually a fight that they're decided to take, and Golden's having none of it. Golden is saying no Megalo right now, finds 4 picks in the fight, single-handed. What is Beluga's bail bonds doing? I think the craziest part here, Tropic, they've managed to hold for a good amount of time.
They have... That payload just got there right now, and it almost really seems like they are handing their heads on a silver platter to Golden and Clicker right now.
They beat! They just beat it in with 2 people Infected to just get the extra swings in. I'm not sure if this is a full fight going on right now, but the Nano Boost comes out onto Golden, actually ends up saving his life through that shatter that Infected decided to put down there. So it's a little bit of over-aggression coming out here from Belugas that I think is going to spell defeat for them in this fight with no ultimates to be able to really swing it. And now, Avidity Fire are kind of cruising through street.
Cruising their street right now, and Alpha Lord does get the kill onto Clicker right now, and we have tanks on the payload right now, so this could be the finally, Triple B's stance and defense coming through. Infected, what are you doing behind again?
just crazy. Infected is just in the backline right now. I mean, this is absolutely absurd. If this guy was in my rankings, there would have been a report coming out right now. If I'm being completely honest, but I mean, Infected's it's working, so why not? The visor comes, sorry, not the visor, but the infosight comes out here from Kendrick to start out the fight. Go to see if they can get any picks with that, as the window also comes out from Light. A nice little double combo coming out. Graviton, net from Sneezy, will also be backed up with the nano boost. So much damage, able to be pumped out now from that fully charged Zarya, but Kendrick manages to knock his block off. That's a little bit unfortunate. It's a lot of source of damage coming out from Avidity Fire, just absolutely ripped right from them. The DPS of Triple Bs are managing to scrape this fight back in, despite the fact that Infected was just sitting in their backline the entire time. Clicker, though, is having something to say about it, and now has nothing to say about it, as he unfortunately ends up falling later in that fight.
Oh, I gotta say, Elephant Lord is really bullying a Clicker right now, and Infected, I'm very surprised right now, Tangerine, because the Triple Bs are really, they are handing this map over to Avidity Fire just a little bit, but Avidity Fire doesn't really seem to be taking advantage of that fully. We're seeing, like, right now that they have this come together, but the stall, Tangerine, it continues.
Yeah, Infected's literally just standing there trying to stall. Right now, his Booty Blaster gets... What? 3K coming up for Booty Blaster. Pickle Nut's gonna be able to find the extra pick as well. Avidity Fire don't really have that much of a leg to stand on anymore. They're down quite a few within this fight. Sneezy Dwarf being up, though, is really nice for them. 9heart out of this Valkyrie, though, so it's going to be more difficult to keep this tank line up. But the Primal Rage comes out here from Illegal Panda. They're very close. Maybe they can just boop them off point. And they do. They actually do just boop them off of the point. Illegal Panda is such a hero for that.
You know what? I gotta say, the Infected just wants to swim. He has an ambition to be a captain, and he just likes... that's where he is. He went from Pinata to being a captain of a ship.
Mentally right now, Infected is on a boat in the middle of the ocean.
You know, but I'm so surprised right now coming in from Avidity Fire. They really aren't taking advantage of this play coming in from the Triple Bs right now. The target focus isn't there to really collapse on it really.
Yeah, I honestly almost thought that Booty Blaster was going to be able to deflect that grab. Infected manages to find 2 picks now. Actually just takes out the entire tank line by himself with just sheer raw power. And Triple Bs are holding right now in their spawn. Almost actually gets the D-Mech on the Sneezy Dwarf. Illegal Panda might fall here as well.
Man, and there it is for the I should be counting at this point time how many times Infected has played the Spawn Door Challenge. Golden really trying to give some Infected vibes coming in, but Infected is having absolutely none of it, as Triple Bs are just holding this payload with just the barrage of ults coming in from each time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and now they have a blade to be able to use here too. It's going to be a dry blade, but it's still a blade at that. And the backline of Avidity Fire has been suffering from it. And now he has the blade. He has the supports in sight. 9heart does not have that beat. Will Booty Blaster just pop it right now? I'm so shocked that he actually didn't end up popping it there after the immortality was used from 2 for 1. There must have been some sort of call there to like prolong the game or something.
Honestly, it almost seems like that Triple Bs are just having so much fun playing Overwatch that they are just continuing to prolong this. Now we have these ultimates coming in from the Triple Bs that we have seen win fights consistently throughout this game. So we'll see if Avidity Fire is able to keep the team alive.
That's Actually, wait, they could get the BAP here. That bomb ended up working out. It ended up getting rid of the immortality field. Now the blade comes out. Deadeye will manage up to find Clicker, but the damage is done. They have spawn advantage too. Triple Bs are in a good advantage right now. The beat is going to be their last chance really to try and save this, besides the self-destruct, neither of which end up finding any value for Avidity Fire. It's all up to Illegal Panda right now on this point. It's gonna have to be a hero shatter coming out as the spawns are coming back in. Booty Blaster over onto the Bastion, a tale as old as time right now. This is looking good for Triple B's. The damage is just getting sprayed out so much right now. Pretty soon, the Shield of Illegal Panda will end up falling as well. Much faster than the Shield of Infected. No shatter able to get out here to get any value. No value is gonna be handled right now from the side of Avidity Fire. They are under way too much pressure, and as overtime ticks down, Beluga's bail bonds will take the series in what I would to say is a decisive 3-0, but it was more of an interesting 3-0 than anything. I'm not sure if decisive is the word I would use to describe it.
I would maybe describe it as the very many faces of Infected, from Pinata to sailboat or to captain of a ship. Absolutely ridiculous main tank play coming in from Infected and really making it work. The team, the Triple B, Beluga, Bail Bonds has had a great series from start to finish. And I've had a pleasure of casting you all from just the various clutch moments from each of you guys. It's been crazy. And Avidity Fire, great job. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really get that target focus in the end there. Triple B had many times where, we saw Infected. We saw a few overzealous moments from the team, and it just really wasn't taken advantage of coming in from Avidity Fire. Those moments that they needed to take advantage of where mistakes were being blatantly made from the Triple Bs, there was nothing done about it. And unfortunately, with gameplay coming in with that, you're not going to be able to really spell success against a team like the Triple Bs without taking advantage of those mistakes.
Incredibly true. I really don't think there's anything that I could have said better myself, honestly. That is so incredibly true. And a good recap for this last match that we just had. An unfortunate 3-0 in favor, unfortunate if you are an Avidity fan. That entire organization just got dismantled by Beluga's bail bonds, which is a little bit unfortunate if you are an Avidity fan like myself. But that is A-okay. Triple B's really pulled out all the stops. Well, they pulled out like 75% of the stops, it seems, and managed to take that in a nice 3-0 fashion after a nail-biter game as well up against Avidity Ice. So, Beluga's bail bonds looking like an incredible candidate right now as we are going to be heading into the tournament play tomorrow after we finish up the rest of our round-robin stages tomorrow as well. But for today, that's all of the round-robin games. It's been an incredible day of Overwatch. I've been able to watch the majority of the matches, and all of these teams are absolute powerhouses that should be feared in one way or another. But before we end up signing off here, Tropic, is there anything that you would like to say?
Honestly, the main thing I want to say is thank you to the teams who have participated, and thank you guys at home for watching the craziness unfold from each of these teams, from just all the action that we have seen today, and the amazing producers behind the scenes capturing those highlights and just capturing all the magic behind the scenes that you see happen. And for our stream right now, me, Blizzard, woo woo! Thank you for being so awesome and, making it all amazing, and our lives as casters, as the Curly Squad caster group duo. Our lives easy.
Yeah, patent pending on the Curly Squad thing as of right now. It'll be developed at some point, though. Absolutely. I have to share those same sentiments. Thank you so much for production and my Blizzard. Thank you incredibly for allowing us to have this platform to be able to speak on, as well as Will and Captain Jack. This has been absolutely incredible. LANfest as well. It has been a wonderful time. Make sure you type in as well, !donate into the chat. Please donate to the wonderful cause that LANfest is having right now. Please get your donations in. It has been an absolutely stellar day of Overwatch, and we're not done. We're going to have even more coming at you tomorrow, so please tune in tomorrow for even more round robin play and the thrilling conclusion to this tournament. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow.
I dive in the indigo, cool down when I'm all alone. I let it go. Talk over the radio, think fast but we're moving slow. It's what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know. White noise on the telephone, fall asleep to TV shows. It's what we know, gets too comfortable. No space for the tangible, we get lost in the virtual. Are you less alone?